Good evening. I'd like to call to order the council meeting of March 4th, 2024. Can everyone who can please rise for the playing of the national anthem?
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton brasse porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Niagara Region and Grimsby are situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattaway-Wendourong, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The regional municipality and the town of Grimsby stand with all Indigenous peoples, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest? Seeing none, can I get a mover and seconder to approve the agenda? Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Howe. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Howe. Resolved that the March 4th, 2024 council meeting agenda be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Next, we have two delegations this evening regarding the Public Works Committee minutes of February 26th. The first delegation is by Terena Jocks. Please come to the podium, Terena.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Jordan and Council. Thank you, Katie. You were able to dance a little bit with some slides. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good evening. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here this evening to speak on behalf of myself, the resident of 43 McNabb Drive, as well as many of my neighbors who are not able to be here this evening. I am here specifically to discuss bylaw 16-82 Schedule F, which is the tabling motion for a parking in the Governors and McNabb area. If you could kindly go to the next slide, thank you. So again, my name is Terena Jocks. I'm a resident of 43 McNabb Drive. You'll see on the visual above, the yellow circle indicates my property, one of two which are the length of what is proposed to be the new permitted parking area on McNabb Drive for this specific 252-foot section. I have lived in Grimsby for 20 years, and I am a very proud educator in this community. I am a very concerned resident, but moreover, I'm a very concerned parent, and that is why I'm here today to speak on behalf of the safety of my fellow neighbors and my children. If you could kindly proceed. So this was McNabb Drive. I sought to live on this street for 10 years after moving here because it was known as one of the most safe, quiet enclaves after living at 206 Livingston, which is a very busy street. This is what I sought for. And at the time, thinking about $8,000 a year for property tax, it's pretty steep. But to me, it was worth it so that my children could be in a place that was safe for them to access their school, to play in a community that I felt was safe. You can proceed, please. But now this is McNabb Drive at 6:45 a.m. on a typical day as the sun is rising. So you can see we have bumper to bumper, single lane car access, horns honking outside my children's bedroom window to lock vehicles as early as 6:15 in the morning by staff. This is my small SUV in the left-hand side, and you can see that on most days, even though the picture is narrowed, it is a very, very narrow passage. Pickup trucks have a very hard time passing down McNabb Drive. Now, I recognize that what is being proposed is that there continues to be parking allowed only on one side of the street. But what I'm here to show you today is what I feel is evidence and proof that the only solution on this particular stretch of McNabb of 252 feet is no parking at all. If you could kindly continue. Thank you. Again, just a photograph to show you last winter. Of course, this is not this year. We're experiencing extreme global warming, but you can see that my simple small car, because of the lack of snow removal services even at that time, barely able to get down the street because we're not getting proper snow removal, which is a basic service for a taxpayer paying $8,000 a year in property tax. I have been denied garbage pickup. If you speak to any of the snow removal workers through City Works, we have spoken to them directly in my driveway because they're having issues navigating these streets. In addition to that, we are being denied services like delivery trucks to our homes who don't know that you can access Redwood and all the way around if Google Maps is taking them elsewhere. And my most personal and frustrating experience is spending thousands of dollars to have trees arbored to make sure that they didn't encroach on city hydro lines. And after 3 days, I had to go borrow the cones from the construction sites with permission, stay on my lawn at 5 a.m. to line the street so that the tree arborist could access my property. It's really not okay. I want to mention that there are known parking arrangements for all of the people that are accessing what I call the dangerous free parking zone. There is an arrangement with the church by Nellis Public School where access employees of the hospital and anybody else accessing the hospital are welcome to park. That is a pre-arrangement. There is now an enormous parking lot at what is formerly the Coles Nursery where people are able to park. And I feel that it's very frustrating that people think it is a right to have free parking. There are thousands of people in the province of Ontario that are forced to pay to park to access their gainful employment, and it shouldn't be seen as a right in this town when it's compromising the safety of residents and our neighborhoods. There's also a temporary lot that's right near the hospital, kind of at the baseball diamond across the street, and kindly states on the sign, please be considerate of our neighbors, recognizing that our neighborhood should not become the overflow and unsafe conditions for people to maintain free parking. For me specifically, I want to be here to state that there are other alternatives to McNabb Drive, which single-handedly right now, apart from Redwood, is brunting and shouldering the majority of the vehicles. This morning, my husband, who works from home every day, counted 27 vehicles parked on both sides of the street in a 250-foot span, violating stop signs on both ends of the streets and infringing on fire safety because the fire hydrant, which I will show you in further pictures, is blocked every single day, and no bylaw enforcement is ensuring that we are safe as residents. Please continue. As a mother, my greatest concern is this. My children's bus stop, which used to be 252 feet down a small passage of McNabb and up Governor's Road to be picked up at Dorchester, is now all the way up Redwood, down, which you will hear from other residents is becoming equally as dangerous. They are now walking up Nellis Road South, crossing at Main Street during rush hour and back up towards Kennedy because this is deemed safer by the transportation services at an elementary school in Grimsby than walking less than a kilometer down my current street in front of the home where I live. I find this just truly disturbing. I don't see this as a safer route. I see none of this as safe right now, knowing what's going on at Redwood, knowing what's going on in this neighborhood, and I feel it is so unfortunate. Our children deserve safety. They deserve better. I'm bringing forward only 2 of the letters that I have ever received in relation to this. The first one, which I have with me, was a requested reply date of May 26, 2023. This was the initial letter which said that there would be parking allowed on both sides of the street. At that time, this was refuted by all of the neighbors through various petitions and proposals for so many reasons. The safety of our children, residents, and animals, the inaccess to TownWorks vehicles like proper street sweeping, garbage and snow removal, the blocking of the fire hydrant at the corner of McNabb, inability to have delivery trucks delivering appliances because, again, not knowing that there's rerouting options, noise from car horns parking at 6 a.m., and as I mentioned, my arborist, to be denied these kinds of services that we need because of free parking. It is not equitable, especially when I feel for somebody who's paying Not just a few thousand. I'm paying $8,000 in property tax to be denied some of the things that as a tax-paying resident, I truly deserve. Moreover, we received a letter then after that. We appreciated that the town heard our concerns, and then it was brought to our attention that we were now going to have no parking on both sides of the street. And this was a fantastic piece of news that we received, and people were asked then to respond by October 6th. And since that time, I have seen, as a resident of 43 McNabb, no further information delivered to my home. Up until this point, everything including the water main projects, we received these beautiful letters with maps. And all of a sudden, I find no further communication. It only so happened that last week when I happened to call, I believe his name is Adam, who always returns my phone calls, I was calling just to inquire where the no parking signs were and when they were coming, to which I found out that in fact tonight the motion was being put forward to continue with parking on the north side of McNabb, which was not something we were ever made aware of as residents in form of a letter like we had previously been. So I questioned tonight then, why not this initial proposal of no parking on both sides of the street? What has changed that we were not informed of, and why were we not informed? I wanted to show this visual because this is the north side of McNabb on the right side, and I've superimposed the stop sign on this photo so that you can see that as you're driving up this street, it is a blind street. You cannot see the stop sign with cars parked bumper to bumper to bumper. In measuring a parking spot in an average municipal parking lot, the parking spots measure about 20 feet in length, and the frontage of McNabb is about 252 feet, which then, if we were to pass parking, would suggest that we could hold between 11 and 12 cars legally. The reality of it is, in fact, today, ironically, one of the gentlemen parking in front of another one bumped his car, and there was a little altercation because they're parking so close together, it is truly bumper to bumper. We're seeing 15 to 16 cars, end to end, not adhering to the stop sign restrictions and setbacks. If you can kindly continue, thank you. Again, this visual being McNabb. I took the photo on the right Sunday morning at 7 a.m. because this is the only time of the week that we have peace and quiet and no cars where we can see this kind of visual of the street. But what is of greatest concern is, as you're driving up McNabb, the photo on the left being the north side, which is where proposed parking is still to be in place, trucks will park all the way along here, pickup trucks, work trucks. There is no visibility of the stop sign. I've personally witnessed, and I'm sure countless of the residents here can tell you, my kitchen table looks out at that stop sign. That corner in the right photo is my kitchen table. And it makes me emotional saying this. I have almost witnessed 3 fatalities on this street, one of a pedestrian, one of a senior citizen who's recovering with walking canes, and one of a child on a bicycle. It's terrifying to watch this every day, to hear brakes screech, to hear these things. It's not safe and it's not right. I wanted to point out as well, forgive me, the fire hydrant. When cars are parking too close to that stop sign and they come around the bend, what is happening is they are parking the long of the court, and that fire hydrant is completely inaccessible. And unless we are actively calling by law every single day to notify them that people are parking directly up into the stop sign and in front of fire hydrants, which is an essential emergency service, those things are just enormous safety barriers that are not being addressed by law and inadvertently the town. If you can continue, please. Thank you. So again, this visual just to show that what I'm here tonight is to suggest that this mere 252 foot stretch of McNabb is not the place to continue to allow free parking. There are 2 stop signs. This is an anomaly situation unlike any other of the side streets. I don't for one second suggest parking down Redwood is even a better option, as you will see from the next speaker that is clearly a safety concern as well. But with 2 stop signs this close together, and moreover the access to emergency services such as fire being blocked every day, I see this as a concern. If you want to just jump to my last slide, then that's fine. I can. Ultimately, allowing parking on the north side, if this is to be proceeded tonight and passed by council, what is happening then is it's just continuing the problem. We're going to continue to have this tunneled vision on the north side of the street where people will not properly be able to see that stop sign, often not stopping at all. If a traffic study was done, that would be quickly uncovered. Cars are going to continue then, if parking is is allowed there or not allowed there. They will continue to shift onto the court and in front of the fire hydrant, which is not actively being monitored. But what I want to suggest is this: if parking is continued to be allowed on the south side, it's not monitored. People will continue to park on the north side, and this double parking effect on this tiny stretch of street is going to continue to amplify. And I certainly hope that it is not going to take a severe accident or a fatality of a resident of this township to make sure that this particular stretch of parking situation is addressed. I know that that was probably my timer. You're welcome to go to the very last slide then, and I would just like to, there's one more, there we go. So for the safety reasons, strictly of our residents, for access to the emergency services which we are entitled to, which is fire through that fire hydrant at the stop sign of the corner of McNabb, and to restore the quiet nature and safe nature of my community, I respectfully request that you would amend 16-82 Schedule F to reflect Highway McNabb Drive, side both north and south, meaning both sides, from Governor's Road. The adage here, a point 100 meters westerly of Governor's Road, which was in your initial documentation, and I believe it to reflect the stop sign, from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. from Monday to Friday. I thank you.
Thank you, Tarina. Up next, we have Roxandra Baccararo. Please come to the podium, Roxandra. Thank you.
Thank you, Council and Mayor Jordan, for allowing me to speak here tonight. I'm a resident of Grimsby for 19 years, and honestly, I have never seen this situation before. I live at the corner with Nellis and Redwood, and we share exactly the same issues as my previous speaker. And I'm here tonight. We ran a petition, and I'm here tonight to ask Council to instate parking restrictions along both sides of Redwood, Burgess, and Braden, as per Appendix A attached to our petition. As residents living in this neighborhood, we witness every day the unsafe conditions created by the block of cars parked on Redwood, most of them on the south side. Most of these cars, again, are parked on the south side from Monday to Friday during work hours. They all belong to staff of Greenberg Academy and their clients. So we have a little bit of a different problem than McNabb, but the result is the same. None of these cars parked here are from the hospital. So therefore, the situation is not temporary until the hospital is built. This business refuses to find solutions to accommodate their parking needs on their own premises, and they are conveniently abusing the on-street parking nearby. They are creating a wall of cars on the south side of Redwood, blocking visibility for drivers and generating unsafe situations for the whole neighborhood. For the past 2 years, we had too many close calls, some including kids. These cars also destroy the lawn area adjacent to the road that residents are responsible to maintain as per bylaw 2710 clean yards and bylaw 1517 property standards. The situation promotes soil erosion and creates an unsightly curb appeal for the affected home and the entire street. Repair costs are brought down to the affected residents directly and to all Grimsby residents through their taxes. In my presentation, in my document that attached to my delegation, I have pictures of what that means, like erosion and early and late damage of that grass that we have to maintain. In the past 2 years, most people living here contacted council members, public works, and bylaw regarding the parking issues on Redwood. Staff and Public Works Committee recognized this is a problem. However, closing only the north side and leaving open the south side of Redwood, as currently proposed, will do absolutely nothing to improve our situation. On the contrary, the wall of cars will run now even longer. All cars will be parked on the south side, and since there will be no stopping on Nellis, the school will send even more cars on Redwood and Burgess during drop-off time. These cars will fill up the street, continuing and worsening the problem that started all this process in the first place. Near misses and other traffic safety issues affecting residents, kids, and cars will be the norm under the new proposal. In the short time that we had available to run this petition, we were able to reach a total of 31 homes in the area of Redwood and Burgess, with a total of 90% signatures from reachable homes. We had 100% signatures on Redwood and 87% signatures from the Burgess residents. At the last Public Works Committee meeting, it was said that the proposal to leave the south of Redwood open is a compromise because you can't please everybody. When 90% of people say differently, I would ask, who is this proposal actually serving? The town is not obligated to secure nearby parking, free nearby parking for this business or any other business. As part of their operations and growth, they need to assess if the current site can still support their needs or consider a second or a more appropriate location. Tonight, we ask you to finally listen to the residents living here and put a stop to the increasingly hazardous and costly parking situation on Redwood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your delegation, Roxandra. Can I get a mover and seconder to receive the delegations? Moved by Councillor Frick, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frick, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the delegations from Torena Jacks and Roxandra Bakataru be received. All in favor? And that's carried. Up next, we have chair reports. First, Councillor DeFlavio will start us off with Public Works. Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll give a brief overview. So there was an excellent presentation by Mr. Wortman and staff about the Public Works touch points that are coming up over the next few years with the discussion of the Downtown Reimagined update, including detailed design drawings coming in 2024 and the construction in 2025, 26. There was a parking study update and discussion points. There was a Century Condo update. So to put things in context for people and to remind people, the Century Condo project, which is going to be under construction over the next couple of years, will require the closure of Main Street. And so it will require some coordination between the town of Grimsby, the regional road, and staff, as well as what's happening in the downtown, to make sure that the road remains open and businesses still are able, and cars are still able to use the road. And there's also the DIA beautification discussion. Apologies. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. The last thing I wanted to mention, there were a few other issues. Of course, the discussion of the parking issue was part of the agenda as well, which I'm assuming we'll have a discussion about tonight. I think Mr. Wortman and staff are here to bring more information about that and to answer questions about that. And under new business, there were a few concerns that were brought forward. Member Smink brought forward a concern about the fact that a couple of items seemed to bypass the Public Works Committee. Mr. Wortman explained that it was to minimize the duplication of efforts for the consultant presentations. There was also an inquiry about the CMMS project and an update on that. That being said, I'm happy to try to answer any questions, Your Worship, and Mr. Wortman, I think, will probably be able to answer questions regarding the parking report and the proposals for Redwood and the other adjoining streets.
Thank you, Councillor DeFlavio. Up next, we have Councillor Charwa for Community Services Committee.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Jordan. So this was a fairly light agenda. We had a delegation from Tom Neufeld of the Farmers Market of Grimsby. He came and requested to continue to close Main Street East for the Farmers Market, and that would be beginning Thursday. So it'd be all Thursdays. Thursdays beginning May 30th till October the 10th. Closures are 1:30 p.m. with reopening at 8 p.m. So we all voted in favor of that. And the second item was a report that we had voted in support of. mainly. I think Councillor Howell will speak to that after, because he had a different viewpoint on that, which he'd like to point out, so it's all good. However, it was DCS 24 CN Rail, and the report was just recommending a declaration of interest for the recreational trail. And the purpose was to formally establish the town of Grimsby's interest to pursue discussions with CN Rail with regards to a recreational trail that runs parallel to CN Rail in Grimsby. So we know at this time, CN Rail has no interest in it, but the idea was that we would formally communicate this just so that they know of our interest if things change. So that is all.
Thank you, Councillor Charwa. Up next, myself as Chair of Planning and Development. Our meeting was on February 28th. We had a single item. It was the development at 8 Lake Street, and it was in behind the 8 Lake Street is 426 and 428 Robinson Street, where a duplex is being built, but we divided the lots to make it a conforming duplex. And that was the only item on the meeting, and I think it was about 12 minutes, so not quite a record, but getting there. Up next, we have adoption of the previous minutes, but I think, Councillor Charwa, you wanted to lift the Public Works minutes?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. I wanted to lift 8.2, Public Works Committee, February 26, 2024. Oh, sorry, 8.3, that says community services, or, no, sorry. Well, let me look. Sorry, unless it's the revised agenda, I have 8.2 here, resolution PW 24006.
Yeah, we have resolution
Okay.
PW 24006. A seconder for that? Councillor Vardy? Vote on it. Moved by Councillor Charwa, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the resolution PW 24-006 from the Public Works Committee minutes of February 26, 2024 be lifted for separate consideration. All in favor? That's carried.
Now we can just have discussion.
Discussion? Who would like to start? Councillor Vardy?
Thank you. With respect to these minutes, it's 8.3, the parking restrictions. And as some people are aware, I've been working on this for over a year now without satisfaction to the community. There have been many proposals, and each time we kind of hit a snag. But I think today, and I'm very pleased that we've heard very loud and clear from our residents that they do not want our neighborhood to be the parking lot for other people's problems. It's not safe. We don't have sidewalks. There are visibility issues. There's snow removal issues. And I know that Director Wortman has said, well, if we just do part of an area, it's just going to push the traffic somewhere else. So I would like to propose a motion. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to propose a motion that we make Redwood, McNabb, and Burgess no parking Monday to Friday, 7 to 4. And if I could get a seconder for that motion, thank you. Oh, so what is you have a friendly amendment? What?
Thank you, through Chair. I'd like to add Sunny Lake Crescent and Brookside across Main Street because we have the same issues over there.
I'm going to say at this point, because this community and I, and with individual residents, have been dealing with this very thing for over a year, I've had multiple meetings with Mr. Brandon. Some of them neither one of us enjoyed, to put it delicately. I would like to keep the issues separate, but I would certainly support another motion at another time, only because this has been such a long-standing issue where we've had so much discussion. There's been so much back and forth. I hear it from the community. I've been doing my best, but to be honest, I think the most compelling arguments are those that were brought forward by the community today. And I would like to propose that motion Monday to Friday, no parking on McNabb, and that'll take care of the issue of the overflow being pushed further down from these areas, Burgess and Redwood. So that's the motion I'd like to put forward. If I could have a seconder.
Yeah, we'll just take a minute to prepare your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, this motion came to the floor first, so. Yeah, you could, Councilor Vardy was first on the speakers list and put a resolution forward, so we are looking for a seconder right now. You did? Councilor Frake, I didn't see that. I apologize.
For clarification, it is my ward.
Moved by Councilor Vardy, second by Councilor Frake. Resolved that parking be prohibited on both sides, on both north and south sides, Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. on McNabb, Burgess, and Redwood. Yeah, we have it on the floor. Questions? Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to staff, I just have questions about some of the adjacent roads. I have no problem with no parking on these roads. It's just, I have questions about roads like Kennedy and Nellis and Braden, the little street that connects Burgess and McNabb, because the concern that's continuously come up is that we're pushing the problem from one street to the next one down. So I just want to make sure that they're all no parking, so everybody has the same restrictions, and that we're not just saying, hey, you can't park in these streets, now go over and bother, because we're going to have the same problem with the next set of residents as soon as we make this change. So if staff could come up and respond to maybe the parking on Nellis, parking on Kennedy, and I think that those are the two that are the closest. Sorry.
Redwood, Burgess, and McNabb.
Right.
Kennedy is already no parking.
On both sides?
Yes.
Okay, because on Google Maps, it looks like you could park on one side.
In there as well.
Okay. Braden is in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So to deal with the overflow issue.
Okay, thank you. Nellis as well, south of Kennedy, is there parking allowed on Nellis?
I believe Nellis is already restricted. Brandon, do you want to come up and clarify, please? Yeah, just if we're going to make a decision, I want to make a decision on what it actually is. Thank you, Brandon.
Yes, hi. So I think the question was, is there parking currently provided on Nels Road South? So there's currently restrictions in place, both sides of the road, from Main Street to Redwood, and then from Redwood to Dorchester, there is no restrictions currently. So.
Thank you. Councillor Sharwa.
Through Mayor Jordan, thank you. So I had a motion prepared mainly because there was one side of Redwood, and I had residents from your ward had contacted me about this. So that's why I brought this motion forward. And Councillor Kristangi and I have had ongoing issues with Sunny Leah and Brookside Avenue for over a year now. It's still not resolved. We still get emails about it. Nothing has happened. So I'm going to continue to ask for no parking on those two side streets to be included in this. And then I will support this if we can get the support of those two side streets as well.
Councillor Vardy, would you entertain a friendly amendment?
I'll entertain a friendly amendment, providing, hopefully I'll get the support of council. I understand the issue that you're bringing forward. And I just know that for this area in my ward, I've already seen a petition from Burgess with, I don't know how many signatures, 20, 30, I don't know. And then another one that's got 100% of Redwood and 80% of Burgess. So, and I know intimately the problems with McNabb, and I understand the issues of the overflow, and that's why it's just got to be no parking all the way through. I can understand that you would have the same issues, which is why we have, what's the street? Linwood is no parking, because that was an issue for the hospital. So, and then we had Kennedy, which is no parking, because that was an issue with the school. So certainly there's a precedent for taking these kinds of actions. These neighborhoods are not the parking lot of businesses, and especially when there are other options. And as the resident said, she pays $8,000 in taxes. Certainly that's got to have some consideration. This is an extremely established neighborhood. So is the one that you are. So I will support it, if I could have your support on this one.
All right. Brandon, did you want to comment on the addition with the friendly amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All I can offer is, again, my concerns are you're pushing the problem around by restricting it on Sunnylee, by restricting on Brookside. That's what we saw when we did it on Linwood last year. We did extended the restrictions on both sides, daytime restrictions, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday on Linwood, and it pushed the cars over to Brookside and Sunnylee. So my concerns are we're pushing the problem around. Again, I think, honestly, it comes down to a decision by council. Do we want to provide on-street parking to the public, or do we not? And if the answer is no, we don't want to provide that, then that's the decision. Is the daytime restrictions is I guess a good proposal.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Councillor DeVolley.
Mayor Jordan, I always think it's good whenever we're thinking about an issue to think about all the sides of it. So we've heard one side, and so this. So my questions and my thoughts are really just to talk about the other sides of this, so that we make a good decision when we're done. One, I would say what we saw, and I'll echo what Mr. Wortman said, that when we restricted the parking on Linwood, it moved it on to Sunnylee and so on. And so when we take those steps, then it's going to move elsewhere again. I would like to think that these are just temporary problems closest to the hospital, that once the hospital is finished, there will be sufficient parking there, and life will be somewhat restored back to the way it was. The problem that we have in Ward 2, though, is that when we start restricting parking there, on both sides, it does move it elsewhere, and it will. And it'll turn out to be down Nellis or somewhere else, or moving farther along. And so I think that's exactly the situation we're going to be in, that we're just going to keep pushing the problem along, right? So that's my first concern. My second concern, and I'm going to raise this in response to a comment about the $8,000 in property taxes. Could you just clarify for me, or could someone, the Greenbelt Academy would be taxed under what category? Residential or commercial? Does anybody know off the top of their head?
Sorry.
So as a commercial entity...
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't
Yeah.
think I can answer that question.
Yeah,
My guess
okay.
would be commercial, but it could be institutional commercial. Okay. It's a school.
As a school? I think that it's just something, what I would like to remind us all is that you know, it is a daycare provider, that...
No, it's my home. I'm a resident, 43 McNabb, that pays $8,000.
Yes, I know. Thank you. So what I was going to say is that the Greenbelt Academy is a daycare with a kindergarten, I understand, right? So if I could...
We need to just stop having comments.
Side conversations, if I could finish.
The Greenbelt Academy is, I believe it's institution. It's much like a Montessori school.
Yes.
I don't know what on-site parking they have. They do have a parking lot there. They don't always seem to use it.
Yes, I am well familiar because I sat outside and observed this for about an hour and some odd today. What I was going to share was not about the parking, was the fact that it provides daycare services, which are badly needed in this town. So I do caution us to be good neighbors because there are many, many families who use the daycare that's there, and it is important. At the same time, of course, we're trying to also encourage economic development and so on. And so we also need to be mindful of the fact that this is a business, whether it's a daycare or an educational institution, but we still have a business here that we want to try and find some way to compromise on. And so I would ask you to think about those things. Is there some room to compromise in all of this?
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Being that we're on the subject of the church or the school, whatever it is, I passed by there today. The parking lot had one car in it. I passed by there twice, 3 times. There was one car in that parking lot. People drop their kids off there. They don't park there. They just drop their kids off there. That's an issue. And every time I pass by, it's almost exactly the same. I passed up the McNabb, cars on both sides of the street. Absolutely. I know this is, you're considering this as an isolated event. It's not. And maybe we're going to push this problem down the road to some other part of the neighborhood. So be it. So then we attack the next neighborhood. And we do it till we get it right and we get these people to stop parking on these streets. But hearing these folks tonight is loud and clear. Do we want to wait till someone gets run over by a car? And then we say, okay, or some child gets hurt? No, I'm not prepared to wait for that. I mean, I heard these folks tonight, and I'm telling you, I'm surprised you didn't come to council before now. So I'm totally in favor of no parking on either side of those streets. Absolutely. And we can sit here and debate this all night long, but we're putting people's lives at stake, and we need to do this. So it's not even, I don't think it's even worthy of a debate at this point in time.
Councillor
Thank you.
Korstanji, then Councillor Bradzi. Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Well, I definitely want to echo the comments of pushing it down to the next neighborhood, So instead of maybe going street by street, why don't we just blanket apply this all the way down to the church shuttle? Because otherwise they're just going to keep going street by street by street by street till we get to the church shuttle anyway. So why don't we just go A to B, now park at the church shuttle? No, let's not overcomplicate this.
I believe Kennedy does have restrictions already, doesn't it, Brandon?
I believe there's parking restrictions on the north side. There might be no stopping in area and parking on the south side. I'm not sure about the north side. I can look into it.
Councillor Korstanji.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So thank you to the delegates for coming forward. Your stories are the same we hear in Ward 3 on Brookside and Sunny Lee, concerned with resident safety, children's safety, concerned with emergency services being able to get through the road because cars are parking on both sides, altercations with the people that are actually parking there. They're tired of calling bylaw and reporting an issue every single day. I have a situation where a woman is having construction and the construction people have left because they cannot have anywhere to park to do the work that she needs to be done, and she's footed the cost and delayed and stuff like that. So I completely understand what you're talking about. And maybe we're moving it, but I think it's already there. I think it's in already the surrounding areas. I know for sure Brookside and Sunny Lee Crescent have been suffering with the same issues day to day that you guys. So thank you for coming forward and telling your story because it's important for us to hear residents and to hear that, okay, I've been hearing this, but now I know that you're going through the same things on the other side of the street. So I don't believe that it's going to stop when the hospital is built because it's free parking as opposed to paying monthly. And so it's going to continue if we don't deal with it.
Councillor Sharwa.
Can we just call the question on this?
Everyone's spoken once, I believe, so the question's been called, so.
Go ahead, Katie.
It's on there. All right, I'll read the resolution again. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that parking be prohibited on both north and south sides, Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. of McNabb, Burgess, Redwood, Brookside, and Sunny Lee. All in favor? Use your e-scribe.
Use e-scribe.
Braden wasn't on there, but.
Yeah, Braden was mentioned.
I think we cover the whole area if we add Kennedy, because it's restricted on only one side right now. So that cuts that off up to the church. If we add Braden, Councillor Vardy, I think, had it in her first, and it was just missed. And Nellis.
Governors? Governors?
Yeah, so that
Thanks,
would
Mayor.
be all of it.
Yeah, because Nellis, my concern is that, the repeated question that's been brought up was that the hospital might be temporary, hopefully maybe not, but if the Greenbelt Academy stays there, those cars are going to continue to park on Nellis. It's going to just move the problem. So I think if we just cover the whole area, as Councillor Bradley mentioned, I think that covers it.
Yeah, I'll read the resolution again, just so we're completely sure. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that parking prohibited on both north and south sides Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. of McNabb, Burgess, Redwood, Nellis, Braden, Kennedy, Brookside, and Sunny Lee. And you can use your e-scribe. Yes. And that's carried. All right, now we move to the Public Works Committee. Can I get a mover and seconder to approve? Oh, wait.
Amended, you can do that.
Oh, I'll just do it as amended, so it's all the minutes. Council, Public Works, Community Services, and Planning and Development.
I asked earlier to have something lifted out of
Okay.
Community Services.
Oh, we can do it here first.
Yeah, we can do that, Councillor Howe, and
TCS 24-11.
all right.
That's the report number.
All right, that's CS 24012. Do we need a seconder? Councillor Sharwa? Moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor Sharwa. Resolved that Resolution CS 24-012 from the Community Service Committee minutes of February 27, 2024 be lifted for separate consideration. All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Howe, would you like to lead off the discussion?
Thank you, through you, Chair. As Councillor Sharwa said or reported, that this is the trail, this is the CN rail usage of property, that the committee was 5-1. I voted against it. And my reasons is, and I'm going to take a couple of quotes right from the recreational trails plan. Railway tracks that have a high frequency of fast-moving trains are not often recommended. Well, if you've been out there for the Amtraks or the GOs, then you're going to find a high-moving one. The rail lines in Grimsby vary in width, with certain lengths of the corridor being unable to accommodate a trail. I'll use the underneath Christie Street, where the rail line goes underneath that hole, and you won't be able to pick it up. So you're probably losing from over Robinson over to west of Christie. There's a potential for conflict with CN so that they can do maintenance and emergency work on their rail. They got to be able to get at their rail. That's right from the report. If you think about it, we've got first of all, if the rail line was abandoned, if CN said, we're out of the business and I'll take you to a lot of places where it's out of there, then be no problem. Boy, that'd be a no-brainer. Let's put a trail in there. But as long as we've got GO, oh, wait a minute, we're asking for GO anyways, aren't we? Oh, we can't get rid of GO. We got Amtrak. Well, we got to keep that traffic coming up from down below. And so the Amtrak's not going to go away. And boy, those freight trains, like the 100-car freight trains that rumble through here that probably only take about a mile or 2 miles to stop. Gosh, that's what you want. No, there's no way you can make it safe to have it there. In their report, they refer to, people have talked about it, but they did not mention not one, that there is a trail beside a track that is moving traffic. Now, if you had a little stub line and you had one car every 3 weeks, well, you could probably get away with it. But with what we got here, you don't want anybody close to that thing at all. I'd see it as a very, very large safety. We talked about, your situation watching out your window. Well, you want to just watch a bunch of kids walking along by railway tracks. And that's pretty scary. So I can't even consider putting a trail beside the railway tracks with what we've got, with no room. And we've also got a hydro corridor right there too, which is, that's nice. But any problems in there whatsoever, you won't get in. So I still will not suggest that I want anything to do with this CN rail business. And the risk liabilities are astronomical. Thank you.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Mayor. So I was able to meet with CN and with Ms. Sweeney and Ms. Kim a few weeks ago, and the idea of a declaration of interest for recreational trail was proposed by CN. They said in order for that to ever happen, they need a letter of interest from the town of Grimsby. This doesn't mean it's going to happen tomorrow or next week or 5 years from now. It means that the town of Grimsby is expressing to CN that we are interested in exploring the idea of a trail next to the CN rail. Now, just because somebody doesn't know that this exists doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And rail with trail is actually used all over North America and all over the world. It's a very popular thing, and it's actually more common next to the high-speed rail lines. These railways through Grimsby tend to go a little slower because they're going through residential areas. But the same concerns that have been expressed about the trail next to the railway line, you would have about a station next to the railway line. You'd have people standing on a platform next to a station. The same types of things that could happen to somebody walking along a trail could happen to somebody who's passively standing at a station. We're not talking about a wide open trail that is next to the train tracks. If it ever were to happen, and again, this is just a declaration of interest for a recreational trail, but if it ever were to happen, it would require safely marked off and separated trail with fencing that is far enough away from the railway. Anybody who knows anything about the railway line, anybody who's been to a public works meeting where we had to deal with the railway lines knows that it's very difficult to do anything adjacent to the railway lines. So if it happens, CN would do all of the investigation. It would be on CN land, so the liability would be investigated by CN. But again, we're getting way ahead of ourselves because this is just a declaration of interest saying from the town of Grimsby to CN, hey, if we were to look at this further, is it something that you're interested in? And they might just say no. But if we don't ask for it, it'll never happen. And so this is just the starting point of it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think the trail is a brilliant idea. What a great way for kids to get across town on their bicycles without riding on like heavily trafficked roads. You know, my issue is that when we put bicycle lanes in, it squishes everybody together. The cars get closer, the bikes get closer to the cars, and it becomes unsafe. So having a trail that went, you know, with cycles where you could kind of basically cut across town and then up to wherever you want to go, I think it's a brilliant idea. And as Councillor DeFlavio said, CN wouldn't entertain it if it was at all dangerous or if they had to take a liability for that to happen. So I think it's great. And with the coming of the GO station, people could ride their bikes unimpeded, go to the GO, come back, ride their bikes. So.
Councillor Korsanji.
Thank you, through you, Chair. This is one that I support. I think that it would actually be safer because residents use the tracks as that trail anyway. I don't know if you grew up here, but it's open access, and that's what we did. We walked along the tracks, we crossed the tracks to get to school. It's open access. I think if we could ever have a trail, I think that it would create a safe way for residents to get back and forth. And I was in White Rock, BC, and they have that exact same thing. They have a beautiful paved way. It's directly beside the train tracks. There's some pedestrian crossings. I think there's a fence, whatever. It's super safe. It works, and the trains go by frequently. So I'm in support of it. And I mean, it's not like we're deciding that this is happening right now. We're just saying, hey, if this is ever a possibility, we're interested in exploring the idea.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, this rail trail has been on the boil for quite a few years. I believe Councillor DeFlavio, remember, I forget the guy's name now. He was, yes. And him and his team had put together a huge amount of work into proposing this train. He actually came to council, I believe, if I remember, at one point in time. But anyways, I believe that, as Councillor Korsanji said, this probably will be safer than a bicycle riding up and down the streets along the rail trail, because it takes them off the streets where cars are going back and forth, which is really a dangerous place to ride these days. It takes them off the sidewalks as well. So I think it's a good idea. It should be explored, absolutely. If the CN Rail is ready to talk to us about it, I think we should explore it, see where it goes, and just go from there. But I certainly would like to see another route across town, and that could be another way across town for people who ride bicycles or skateboards or whatever the case might be. So I would be in favor of it, I think. Thank you.
All right, Councillor DeVoli, then Councillor Bradley.
I'm going to play the devil's advocate again tonight and share with you two comments that were shared with me in the last year. One from someone in the fire services, and that would namely be our deputy chief, who shared with me that his worst nightmare come true would be a train derailment in our town because it's so close to residential areas. Never mind what might be in that train. And the second comment was from a senior person at the region a few years ago who said that when they look at emergency scenarios, that exact situation is the exact fear, even when they look at that at the regional level as to what could happen and go wrong. That a train derailment in Grimsby is everybody's worst nightmare come true. So, given all of that, I do ask you to keep that in mind too. Yes, we would like to say it would be on CN's land, therefore it's their liability. But I would remind everybody that, once we start putting a trail in, it becomes ours too. And the other thing to keep in mind is that you'll recall a train derailment in the province of Quebec that I'm sure CN never wished was going to happen, and it still did, right? So at the end of the day, we still have to be careful, right? And maybe this is just an idea, and maybe, a lot more thought needs to go into it before we finally decide. Yes, I have lived in this town long enough, and certainly, as probably some of my councillors here who have lived here a long time remember, individuals who were crossing off by the South Service Road, and that's why some of those roads are now blocked off, and you can't even walk across the railroad tracks for, the very safety reasons, and individuals who passed away and died right on those tracks when a train came through, and they were not expecting it. I realize we're talking about a trail. I realize we're talking about fences and all sorts of things, but liability and accidents do happen, and it is a very real concern that we need to be very cognizant of before we go down this road.
Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I might not be as interested as some of my colleagues up here, but I also kind of wanted to echo the emergency rescue response, not quite from a train derailment, but even just injuries along the trail. So we're talking to our chiefs. When we have injuries on trails, we need to put firefighters into things like side-by-sides, smaller motorized vehicles that we don't always have readily available to rescue units. And between the West Niagara Fire, we only have one side-by-side, and we need to load these up with gurneys to bring people out of rescue situations should they have an accident on the trail. But my main concern is around cost. As we know, with the new impending AODA legislation, that we'd have to pave this entire trail. I think, in my priorities personally, I'd rather see us investing in trails along the escarpment edge and trails that are more encompassing of nature. It's not too scenic to trail along a rail.
Councillor Sharwa.
Through Mayor Jordan, thank you. I wasn't going to comment, but now I'm going to. Yeah, I also support this CN Rail Trail as well. I think it's a nice connection to everything, and like Councillor Vardy said, people can hop off, and also, it connects us to the whole community, but also just getting to the GO train. We don't have to have people driving there. They can take their electric bikes or whatever they need to get there. So I'm in support of this.
All right, seeing no further questions, moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor Sharwa. Resolve the report DCS 24-11 CN Rail Declaration of Interest for Recreational Trail dated February 27th, 2024 be received for information, and that the committee recommend that council endorse the declaration. Recorded vote requested by Councillor Howe. And that's carried 6-3. All right, we need a mover and seconder for the remainder of the minutes. Councillor Frey, Councillor Vardy. All right, moved by Councillor Frey, seconded by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the following minutes be approved. Council, February 20th, 2024. Public Works Committee, February 26th, 2024, as amended. Community Services Committee, February 27th, 2024. And Planning and Development Committee, February 28th, 2024. All in favor? That's carried. Can I get a mover and seconder to receive the Committee of Adjustment minutes? Moved by Councillor Frey, second by Councillor Bradzi. Do you have a question for the Committee of Adjustment minutes?
Yeah, let's lift it.
Yeah, we'd like to, you'd like to lift 4 Windward, was that it? 4 Windward?
4 windows, yeah.
Yeah, all right. All right, yeah, we need to pass a motion to lift 4 Windward. Moved by Councillor Frake, seconded by Councillor Bradsey, resolved that the resolution CA 24-009 for Windward Drive be lifted for separate consideration for discussion. Councillor Frake, did you? Oh, all in favor for lifting? All right, that's carried. Thanks. Councillor Frake.
Sorry, yes, sorry.
Yeah, if we lift it and we have questions about what happened in the meeting, and we're certainly allowed, and we can ask staff for clarification if it's needed, and direction if it's needed. Councillor Frake.
So, yeah, I just, the minutes are not totally clear to me. So I'd like for planning to explain, because I know there's been some issues around the parking for that particular development. And there were some issues around, or concerns around the funds to the community services, I think it is that the right description? So can maybe Walter or Harold can talk to us about how that went with the developer, because I'm not quite clear as to where we left it, where it ended up. And I believe this could possibly go to OLT, I'm not sure. So I just want to make sure that we are doing the right thing.
If I can just add to that, I think there is some clarification or confusion regarding Section 37 and the addition of floors and how that's going to be captured by community benefits, because I think there's 9 extra floors.
I'm going through Mayor, and I'm going to let Walters talk about the details. I'm going to talk a bit about the backstory, just to let you know how we got here. When I started, this site plan came on my desk, and I saw some grave issues with respect to what was proposed. What had initially been a very important development to complete the Winston Main Street was going to be really an important hub, landmark, attractor and generator of pedestrian traffic in and of itself. A really great way to bring this development, or at least this particular area, to completion, and really, I think, take it in completely open up a whole new chapter, and it was very exciting. A significant amount of residential development, a lot of retail and restaurants, a hotel, a renewed hotel, plus a kind of public space in conjunction with all of that. So what arrived on my desk was a site plan that, now fast forward, council had endorsed and approved this plan. It was a spectacular development, in my opinion. And what came following the interest rate hikes and the kind of fear in the market around, I think, really what triggered a kind of revisit to that concept. They came back with a development that was a real shadow of itself in terms of what council approved and was expecting. It had very minimal retail, a much larger open space, which was no longer animated by that retail, and I felt, and the hotel had been diminished in scale. The phasing had been shifted around. It was a completely different proposal, and so I felt that the most important thing to ensure that this neighborhood and the vision for this Main Street reinforced was that the retail had to get back there so that we didn't have just a dead space, which the condo boards, of course, would probably take over and not want anybody in that space. I'm not going to suggest it was going to be crime-ridden, but it certainly wouldn't pass any SEPTED principles. And then it was really a missed opportunity if this was going to continue without at least reviving the retail, if not in its entirety, at least a significant amount to ring the space so that that open space was constantly vibrant and animated with activity day and night, winter and summer. And then another big concern for me was that that public space that was being proposed was basically in shadow all times of the day, all year round. So, except in the height of summer. Far more important for me was to extend the use of that space during the shoulder seasons, we call it, when it's just starting to get a bit nippy outside, and that sun makes all of the difference in terms of utilizing that space. And so all we had to do was alter and shift the massing, maintain a GFA, but it meant additional height. But in doing so, we were able to significantly alter the shadow impacts and provide at least a significant amount of sun during the middle of the day hours during the shoulder seasons. But the only way that was going to happen was by shifting the heights a little bit. We wanted to make sure that the impacts of that height addition wasn't going to cast new shadows on other spaces or other important publicly used spaces. We felt that we had done that in this proposal. But all of this. And Walter will talk to this in detail. I was really quite flabbergasted that the committee took one or two residents' complaints to heart and completely ignored all the evidence and the efforts that went into negotiating this effort. And it will likely go to the OLT because all of the goodies that the committee approved, but they were all tied together. They were completely tied together. You couldn't really separate them and expect that the applicant would move forward with it. To make the retail happen, they needed to have the standards in parking reduced. Otherwise, the cost implications would be. They were reluctant to do all of the things we wanted them to do. They did it in exchange for the parking. Is basically what it came down to. So anyway, I'll let Walter talk to any details.
So thank you, Harold. I heard several questions. One was with respect to height, parking, and community benefits. If you could just confirm, Councillor Frick.
Yes.
Through you, Chair.
Yes to all three of those.
Yeah.
As Harold said, this particular development has been ever-changing. This is like, I think, the third or fourth go-around on what that project looks like or will look like. And I was just a bit concerned about the parking. I'm not sure. I read here that we're talking about parking in lieu of payment in lieu of parking, and I don't know what that means or where that parking will end up. Just wanted to clarify that. The height, yes. But I'm not really so concerned about the height as I am about the parking and the community benefits package. So maybe those two things are the most important to me. If you don't mind talking to that. Others may have other questions. I don't know.
Thank you. What we previously called Section 37 benefits or community benefits, that provision in the Planning Act has been removed in place of community benefit development charges, essentially. So they're like development charges, but they only apply to buildings over a certain height. So it's my understanding that we're in the process of reviewing the possibility of adopting a community benefits development charge bylaw. So that'll be coming forward to the committee, depending on what happens with this particular project and whether or not it falls under the control of the bylaw when and if it's approved. Then it would be subject to community benefits development charges. The site is already subject to community benefit or the Section 37 under the previous zoning approval. So there is a the zoning amendment specifically identifies a community benefit amount, which I believe is in the neighborhood of $900,000 or something like that, based on density and height increases through the official plan and zoning amendment process. Now, so that's the community benefit side of it.
Before we move on from that, So that 900 and whatever thousand, that's before the new height, before the new number of floors. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's my understanding that the uplift in value was primarily as a result of the increase in density, which results in an increase in the number of units that could be provided on the site. The increase in height wasn't as significant an issue in determining an uplift in value for the site.
Would we be entitled to more value on the community benefit side as a result of the extra units?
Yeah, that would depend on the timing of the bylaw that comes forward and the calculation or the assumptions that would have to be made in the calculation to make that determination.
So explain that. You said before the bylaw comes into place, we are entitled, or?
No, we're entitled to what was originally agreed upon through the zoning amendment and official plan amendment process.
So that number
So it's embedded in the bylaw itself.
So that number will.
So that's still there. So if it's to go up, I'm not sure. We need some advice on this matter specifically because it's an application that straddled both Section 37 benefit requirements in the Planning Act through the zoning amendment process, and now we're into a new regime under the revisions to the Planning Act through the development charges bylaw.
So what's the timing
Community
on that
benefit charges bylaw,
versus,
sorry.
So are they going to be taking this particular issue to the OLT? That's what I understand. Is it planned?
Well, before we go to that, I can speak to the parking issue.
Okay, go ahead. All right.
So the parking currently in the downtown, in the old downtown, we have a provision that permits parking to be provided off-site as long as it's approved by the municipality within a certain distance. That would include also providing the municipality. One way to do that would be to provide the municipality cash in lieu of parking that they couldn't provide so that the municipality can provide the parking, and it would be public parking. So that provision is embedded in our zoning bylaw and in our official plan. However, we have this new downtown that didn't have the ability for the municipality to consider that. So what the minor variance approval does is puts that on the table for the municipality to consider if they were to come forward and ask for not providing some required parking on site and giving the town cash instead of providing the parking so the municipality can provide parking for the public in the area. So that's something we have in the old downtown, but we don't have in the new downtown.
So where will we find that other parking? I mean, is it very far from where the actual project is being built?
Yeah, so that's something that our Brandon and Michael in our Public Works Department have looked at in sort of general terms. I don't know if, Brandon, you want to speak to it, or?
I guess the other thing is the timing. If this is due to the OLT, are we gaining some time here?
The Committee of Adjustment decision can be appealed by the applicant, or it can be appealed by the municipality, one or the other.
Thanks. And I really want this project to work. I mean, it's one of the few projects that I was really excited about when it came to council in the last term. So definitely, but because it's changed so often, I sometimes wonder where we are with this.
Right.
So anyway, I'll let you talk to it. Go ahead.
I just want to clarify something through you, Mayor, that maybe wasn't clearly maybe understood and explained. Two things. One is that the change in height didn't change the amount of development. We actually reallocated what was on the sides of the building up on top of the buildings, just so we're clear. So it didn't amount to additional development. It amounted to a different form and shape of the same amount of development. So we molded it and shaped it and sculpted it differently such that we can get more sun into the space. That's kind of how it outcome. So there wouldn't be more benefits occurred because of that. The other thing is that we didn't want to trigger a revisit, correct me if I'm wrong, with the benefits because it was under the old regime, and with the new one, we would have lost the benefits, and so we slipped this under the minor variance, my understanding, so that it would remain as is, and we wouldn't risk losing anything. So had they followed my original plan, which is to completely rethink this, it would have been a new official plan amendment or new rezoning, and it would have actually, we would have lost the benefits. This was a strategic way for us to get the important things in place while not reopening the agreement. Isn't that correct? Minor variance wouldn't have reopened the benefits issue. Would have affected the benefits?
Yeah, so in effect, the zoning that was passed for the site with the one of the clauses in the bylaw which had the community benefits amount to be paid in lieu of extra density and extra height is still in effect. So what Harold is referring to is if they applied for a bylaw amendment to replace that zoning amendment for the site, then we wouldn't be able to consider the same unless we had a community benefits bylaw.
The new regime would have applied.
Yeah, we would have had to, but we don't have a community benefits bylaw yet.
Okay, I'll let somebody else counsel.
Just to clarify, I thought they added 66 units, I think it was, to the thing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't quite hear that.
I thought, reading through it, I thought that they added over 60 units.
Shifting in size and a less hotel, less retail, added more units. So they've basically shifted uses around such that they got more residential out of it, which they felt more confident, I believe, in. These are, I'll be honest, they're not a particularly well-seasoned developer. They're an investment outfit. They haven't been around when the ebbs and flows of the market were such that they were wise to these things. So, honestly speaking, my hope is that they're going to sell the property to somebody who can actually develop this properly and do it well. But that's my hope because they keep threatening to do that. So every time they do, we smile because our hope is, of course, that they will. But because we just don't think that they have the wherewithal and maybe the financial backing to do this development properly. The worst thing we could do, because you can't undo this mistake, is to do this badly. If it goes badly, you wait another 2-3 generations before you can rethink this development, and what a tragedy that would be. So sometimes it's just better to wait. It really is.
I agree with you on that. I'll leave some of the other councillors.
Councillor Bradsey.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Well, I'll echo a lot of the concerns of Councillor Frake there. I just wanted to really kind of touch on the permitted to required parking spaces for commercial uses on another lot located at a maximum of 500 meters away from the subject lot. I can't help think of another lot that we would have that level of control over other than the old MTO site and the northeast quadrant of Casablanca there. Is that what, are we committing that in this? Like, what level are these commitments?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So as part of the parking study that we did for downtown and the West End, one of the outcomes of that was to look at finding a space or finding a plot where we could put some additional parking, public parking within that area. So that is kind of in line with this, is if they're not going to provide it there, the town is going to explore providing it somewhere else within the area. We have a couple of spots that we're looking at that we can fit some spaces in. So the idea is this cash in lieu payment would help fund those that new parking spaces.
So is the next stage in this then, are we starting to negotiate cash in lieu and where that parking would be? Talk to me about the next steps should this go through as is.
Yeah, any agreement, they still need to finalize a site plan agreement, number one. They have to meet zoning requirements. If there is an agreement regarding, number one, council has to approve the agreement. Secondly, council has to approve an agreement regarding a cash payment in lieu of parking. So if there is a proposal to do that, we would specifically identify what that is to council, and we would make a recommendation, obviously, based on our opinion. and council would have to approve it. So it's not something that would just happen. It's something that would have to be justified, and it would have to be appropriate and consistent with what our goals and objectives are for the neighborhood.
Okay, thanks. I want to thank staff for the answers. I just wanted to make a rookie statement, kind of. It just felt strange that to see this come through Committee of Adjustment now, when we haven't had one planning meeting. Like, they haven't come to planning committee at all, which, I mean, Harold kind of explained to that too, but that it was strategic, but that's all my confusion. Thank you, guys.
Councillor Howe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And Harold or Walter, just, hello? I guess the thing that's, yeah, the thing that kind of slapped me is, and I can remember when we talked about this, and, you know, I think it was, what, 19 and 12? And all of a sudden, I open this up and I take a look, and it's, what, 25 and 19? Like, that's about 30% increase in stories on both towers. Like, is there, now, we already got stuck with an extra floor down at Wolverton because of, you know, OLT concerns, and that's the way they come back. But is there anything that would stop any, you know, from us saying, no, that's, you said 19 and 12, and everybody was quite agreeable, and then we were going to work with you and everything, but now all of a sudden to boot it up? Like, isn't there a point at which someone can be said, no, that's not what you had said, and we hold them to that and not worry about, you know, the OLT coming along and saying, well, no, they're good guys and they get to have this. So I guess I'm just surprised on 30% growth on stories.
Through you, Mayor, you know, at the time that we had that discussion, you're correct. You know, we didn't know for certain. We just knew that there was going to be some additional height. But until they undertook the shadow study, that was when we realized just how much modification was necessary. And it meant to get that gap opening as wide enough as possible to actually make a difference in terms of sun penetration, to keep the GFA, total GFA development at where it was. It just resulted in us having to keep slapping the side fat off and topping it on top of the, so it was, again, molding, and our concern was, yes, we wanted to make sure we did not surpass, well, I think at this point, if one was to ask, is this the place where the tallest building in Grimsby ought to be? I'd say yes. Because right now in the current context, on a main street that's not downtown, but the secondary downtown, if you want to call it that, where the greatest amount of density and is important with respect to the viability of the street and the retail there, which is struggling. Plus, in a context in which having a signature landmark development to identify this place from the highway and from afar is not going to hurt this place, because it's going to be a destination that we want to attract people from afar, not just Grimsby. So there's a number of reasons why, if one had to ask, is this the place to do a landmark development of this scale? It would be far, if you're going to weigh the pros and cons, the pros far outweigh the cons. And so long, again, we didn't want to make any decisions that were going to have adverse impacts. The height was taller than anticipated, but it wasn't tall to the point that it was going to be adverse in terms of its impact. It was going to result in benefits in terms of sun penetration, and that's what we thought was far more important for the success of the space. And just on the parking matter, one of the things that I will continue to push with them, and was part of the original scenario altogether, was that they provided that parking. Because this is a mixed-use area and the demands on parking are different than you would find in a typical single-use area, it's like the downtown. The staggering of parking demands it's better that we provided that residential parking, at a certain rate, and tried to combine the public, retail, all the kind of stuff that we knew to be a little bit more less committed to an individual and more about the use and the demands of the public, and which might ebb and flow, as one lump amount. And so that as like a public parking space that would include visitors and all the other requirements, visitors, retail, and any additional public parking. What I'm trying to get at is that it made more sense, with the go not there yet, but eventually going to be there, that this would be a community in transition in terms of its parking needs. It would be far more in our interest to commit ourselves to something more versatile than something kind of strict and rigid to the current use, because the versatility would allow us to think, to allow for a kind of more kind of free flow in terms of parking as the changes in the community's modal patterns happen over the years. And long story short, our hope was that they would provide that public parking structure, perhaps in partnership with the municipality, on site as a second phase. We still hold out, and I still hold out, that parking will be provided on site in the second phase, hopefully under a new ownership. The alternative, of course, is that we try to find something nearby, but my preference is it be provided on site, and we gave them some options and some flexibility and some incentives to do that, which included, of course, the height and all of that, but they didn't bite.
Councillor DeFlavio.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, I was going to be quiet for a change, but this is a project that's been very important to me for a long time. And while I agree with the concept of flexibility and versatility when it comes to parking, when it comes to commercial parking in that area, there's already a deficiency today. And I was there on Friday night. There was not a parking space on the street. I wanted to go to the pub down there and restaurant. I had to circle the block and look for parking in an alternative location. And that's when there are vacant commercial buildings on that street in the evening. So while I agree that we need to be flexible when it comes to parking, so, you know, for example, if there's commercial parking that's used during the day for office use and then used in the evening for residential use, yes, let's be flexible there. But when it is the type of commercial parking that requires parking at the same time as residential, and what this seems to be saying is that it's going to be provided off-site, I'm going to say the same things. I'm sorry that we're talking about parking again. Say the same things that I've said before, and that is whatever we determine is the cost of that parking off-site, it has to be the real cost and the long-term cost that we're charging these developers to make up for the deficiency in parking. It can't be it needs to be a researched and supported amount, whatever that is. I didn't think we were going to talk about this, so I apologize, because it's a committee of adjustment. Unless we're going to appeal it to the OMB, there's not really any reason to discuss it. But since everybody's talking about it, parking is a real concern in that neighborhood. From my perspective, I see it regularly. It's one of the biggest complaints that I receive as a councillor is parking in that area, because of the flexibility that we've given in other areas down there. So a new development in this neighborhood that is insufficient when it comes to parking, hopefully 20 years from now, people won't need those spots, but tomorrow they do. And we need to think about the right now, not in the future. So anyway, I'll let you respond, Mr. Basic, and those are my 2 cents.
Go ahead, Walter.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just want to make it clear that there wasn't a request to reduce the parking requirement for commercial. The request was only for the residential. That's it. So the commercial parking requirement remains the same. So.
Seeing no further questions, moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bradzi, resolved that the Committee of Adjustment minutes of February 21st, 2024 be received. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have announcements. Any announcements from the floor? Councillor Howe.
something more important through you, Chair, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, and I think Councilor right beside me knows what I'm going to talk about. May 10th. May 10th. No, not hockey. May 10th, GLAM, Grimsby Library, Art Gallery and Museum fundraiser. Okay? It was a great time last year. It's going to be a better time this year. So I figure with everybody here coming and taking part in the silent auctions, and we should be able to exceed what we made last year. But anyways, it's a nice night. It's a good night. It gives you a chance to put on grown-up clothes. And people are just, it's a real nice evening. The library. And Eventbrite, excuse me, and through Eventbrite, so, okay.
Councillor Vardy.
Just further to that, I'll volunteer or contribute some of my pottery for the silent auction.
All right, seeing no further, Councillor Davoli, sorry.
I get that hand up.
I do. I probably need to get that hand up faster, right? And just a reminder that this coming Friday, March 8th, the Wellness Conference at Mountain View Church.
Thank you, Councillor Davoli. Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you. I was waiting for Councillor Charwa to mention it, but the coldest night of the year event happened on Saturday. There were last Saturday. There was plenty of staff members and councillors from the town of Grimsby. It was a terrific event. Thousands and thousands of dollars raised in West Niagara and across the country. Millions of dollars raised for homelessness. It was a fun event. It's nice to go for a walk with people and just have a conversation, but also to see all of the businesses and churches and various organizations that got involved and were there. Just a full hall of people in West Niagara and people from all over West Lincoln and Lincoln, as well as Grimsby, all there for a good cause. Great chili and great conversations afterwards. So thanks to everybody who was involved. And next time, Councillor Charwa, I'm going to expect you to talk about it.
All right, thank you, Councillor DeFlavio. Up next, we have consent report. PA 24-07, Council Direction Report, 326 Main Street West. We need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that Council hereby approves the following item and that the consent item be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Report PA 24-07, that report PA 24-07, Council Direction Report, 326 Main Street West, dated March 4th, 2024, be received, and that Council proceed with the passing of the designation bylaw for the property at 326 Main Street West. All in favor? That's carried. Up next, we have we need a mover and seconder to put the Integrity Commissioner Report IC 28571-1223. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio. Seconder, Councillor Bradsey.
The Integrity Commissioner's online if we have any.
Any questions or comments? We have Michael. Michael, nice to see you.
Good evening. Nice to see you all.
Michael, did you want to make any comments tonight before council asks any questions that they might have?
No, thank you, Mayor. I don't have any comments to make about it. I mean, I filed a letter with council. I think it's fairly straightforward and speaks for itself. I don't have anything to add that's not already in that letter. It just follows sort of precedents that we've set before in Grimsby and elsewhere, as it indicates. So Really, I just filed it for council's information because I thought it was important for council to have it.
Great, thank you. Councillor Frake?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I thank you for your report, Michael. I did read through it, and I have a few things I'd like to say. I've made a lot of notes, but I thought I'd write it into a script here, and I'd read it. So anyways, I'd first like to say that being accused of a conflict of interest is probably one of the most serious allegations that any person in any organization at any level can be accused of, especially an elected official. If any person infers this type of accusation for personal gain at someone else's demise, then they are totally irresponsible. We all know the seriousness of a conflict of interest allegation. It can destroy reputations, it damages relationships, it destroys trust, it hampers progress, and it discourages cooperation. And it also causes tremendous personal trepidation. An assertion of this type should not be left in limbo. It needs to be resolved. It leaves too much doubt and public distrust. Due to the seriousness of this breach of our code of conduct, it's very disappointing that it wasn't resolved because of a technicality. I would also like to go on record that I am very disappointed that it's taken 2.5 months to get to this stage, and there's still no clear conclusion. If we don't deal with this issue now, then it could possibly happen to somebody else in the future. And we don't want that. We need to be proactive today and take the responsibility of directing our Integrity Commissioner to complete this investigation. After reading the Integrity Commissioner's response, I was also very disappointed to learn that Councillor Giroir chose to be uncooperative with the investigation by dismissing the Integrity Commissioner not once, but twice. I think our Code of Conduct policy and Integrity Commission process is worthy of a lot more respect than that. We all know the importance of declaring a conflict of interest. It's clearly written into the Ontario Municipal Act. Every organization, every corporation, every municipality across Ontario, across Canada, including Grimsby, has a code of conduct and an IC policy and guidelines. We all know how important that is. That's why we approved it. It's so important that it's the first order of business listed on every single council agenda, as well as every committee agenda. When we approve our agendas, that is a key component before we even engage in any other part of the agenda. It's the first order of business. And it's incumbent on each of us to declare on our own behalf if we have a conflict, and not anyone else. We all participated in the approval of our Code of Conduct policy. We approved the IC complaint policy guidelines. We appointed ADR Chambers as our IC, and we all took the training. So we should all know its purpose and its importance. I have no doubt that Mayor Jordan is quite familiar with the rules and conditions related to conflicts of interest. And I assume that Councillor Giroir is also very much aware of our Code of Conduct policy. And I'm sure she also knows the difference between right and wrong. The IC Commissioner stated that it was the Chair's responsibility to control what happens and what's spoken in a council meeting. Well, that's quite easy to say. Maybe the Integrity Commissioner has a magic way of predicting when a councillor is going to break protocol before they actually do so. Calling a point of order after the horse is out of the barn is something I have yet to master. I welcome any advice on how to control or stop that type of unpredictable behavior. And once the words are publicly spoken out loud and the damage is done, there's no way to unsay what was said. And you certainly can't tell the audience they didn't hear it. It's kind of like trying to unring a bell. So in my opinion, you cannot hold the chair solely responsible for these types of unpredictable outbursts. And I might add, it's also the responsibility of every councillor to be professional and respectfully uphold the rules of decorum. My last concern is the question of motive behind this breach. Was it premeditated? Was it to discredit a vote? Was it meant to publicly discredit the mayor? Was it for vindictive reasons? Whatever the reason, it needs to be investigated. Finally, whatever the answer and whatever the cost, we should give the IC Commissioner full authority to complete their investigation, as we owe it to the mayor, the council, and the public. If Councillor Giroir chose not to cooperate with the Integrity Commissioner, then let that be her choice. But we need to resolve this. So I would like to put forward a motion here and now that we give authority to the IC Commissioner and instruct them to proceed accordingly to complete this investigation and report back to Council as soon as possible, as per the suggestion they noted on page 7 of their report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Frake. We have a resolution that Councillor DeFlavio.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to our Integrity Commissioner. So maybe I misunderstood your report, Mr. Maynard. It seemed that, to me, what you were saying was that it's not within your jurisdiction to follow through any further on this, that you made that clear to the mayor, and that he insisted on going forward. And if I'm misquoting any of that, please correct me. So if I read it correctly, and if I didn't, please correct me again, then I'm opposed to going further with this. I think we've already spent enough money having you investigate it, and I don't see how having further investigation, if you've already made it clear that it's not within your jurisdiction to investigate, is going to lead to anything different other than more costs. So can you clarify your statements within your report? Because if I'm misunderstanding it, then I might change my opinion.
It's certainly, yep. Through you, Mayor. It's not my position that I do not have jurisdiction to deal with this issue. I just do not have jurisdiction to deal with it as it was sent to me by an individual, and that's consistent with reports that we've made to Grimsby before and elsewhere. I absolutely have jurisdiction to look into anything that council sends me, as long as it's consistent with the code and protocol, meaning it within the realm of things that I'm able to look at. So. If council was to refer this matter to me as a body, then yes, I would have jurisdiction to look at it. I have not completed an investigation. I completed a preliminary review of the matter on jurisdictional grounds and considered submissions about that in particular. The question of whether or not I had jurisdiction to consider this complaint coming from an individual only without the backing of council. The issue, again, is not that I can't look at things that happen when they are at council. The issue is that council is intended to be a self-governing body. And so when there is a breach of decorum that happens during a council meeting, it is council that should refer it to me as a self-governing body rather than just as an individual. And again, this applies to issues of decorum, things that are sort of within the realm of the procedural bylaw, within the realm of parliamentary procedure. That doesn't mean everything that happens at a council meeting. Obviously, there's lots of things that could happen at a council meeting that I could simply just look at because they're not specifically related to issues of decorum. When it comes to decorum matters, it's best that council sends that to me rather than an individual on the basis of the precedents that I've already quoted in my letter.
If I could follow up here. Yeah, so I understand that people were uncomfortable with the way that things went down at that meeting. That being said, I'm not comfortable with spending more money on this. I hope that as a council that we can not go down the path that has been gone down in the past, that we can resolve things amongst ourselves. Mr. Maynard mentions that we're a self-governing body. I hope that we can have a discussion, that in the end, not everybody might be best friends, but we can shake hands and walk away and disagree. But I'm not in favor of spending any more money on this. So I appreciate your opinion, Councillor Frake, and you're absolutely entitled to it. I just don't want to continue it. I just want to move on, and that's going to be what my vote indicates.
Councillor Sharwal.
Through Mayor Jordan, so I don't know procedurally if you need to leave the chair in order to answer a question. Originally, when I had asked the question, I had actually never said you had a conflict of interest. So I just want to clarify that. I asked if you had sought advice. And I'm actually not allowed to ask for advice about another member. So that's why I had asked if you had asked that question. And even though I didn't get an answer on that, I didn't want to put in a complaint and waste time and taxpayer money. So now I feel as though I'm kind of being scapegoated because I asked a question. So if you were, in fact, and I'm not saying that you are, if in fact you did have a conflict of interest and I asked the question, is the problem that I asked the question or I'm not even quite sure what the issue is. So again, I don't want to waste any taxpayer time or money. I just want to move forward. I don't think we're going to be best friends, and that's, this was, I got this on December 18th, the very last day of school, and I was supposed to respond to about 70 pages of reading within 10 days, and that included, it was also on weekends as well. That extended as well over Christmas. I spent about 3 days at Town Hall during my Christmas break away from my children, so I will thank you for that. And that extended. So, 30 days was not enough time.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the first thing I want to say is words are like concrete. Once they're out, they can't be taken back. And that's just the fact of the matter. If I look at last term, there was a 5-4 vote to investigate me for something that I reportedly said to another councillor. And it was investigated. And I was found to not be out of compliance with the Code of Conduct. When I asked the council to investigate comments that impugned my reputation, then they voted 5-4 not to investigate because they didn't want to let me clear my name. Rules have no meaning if there's not repercussions when they're broken. When your kid stays out past midnight and they're supposed to be home at 10, something happens to them. You have, there's got to be a repercussion when you break the rules. And the only way, and there are tensions, and there have been tensions, and it would seem to me that the fairest way to deal with this is third party, if you don't agree. If you think you haven't broken any rules and someone thinks you have, let a third party decide who has experience in this realm. I know, I'm not like I do not want to see us descend into these constant integrity commissioner complaints. I'd rather us just be well-intentioned. So sometimes it's not what you say, but how you say it. And, a statement, a question can really be an accusation. And I think it's the tone of what you say sometimes that can be very hurtful and can impugn someone's reputation. When I say you, I mean one can. So I understand Councillor DeFlavio doesn't want to spend any more money, and I think that's understandable. But as an alternative to pursuing this, which I would do, but as an alternative to this, I would, because for my interpretation, when those remarks were made, it was made as an accusation. And I'm saying this is my own interpretation. This is how I received it. May not be how you intended it, but that's how I took it. So if you wanted to publicly apologize to the mayor for how you said that, then I could support that. But if you can't find it within yourself to do that, then I think we should pursue this and have a third party look at it. So I'd like to put forward a motion that, oh, you already have a motion on the table? Okay, sorry. But I could put another motion on the table to have the member.
No, I think we're discussing this one now. Councillor Bradzik.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I just wanted to ask Mr. Maynard a quick question. Is a campaign donation a conflict? Because in my opinion, it's declared on the financial statement. I don't believe it is a conflict, but I don't know. So just wanted your thoughts.
Yeah, generally speaking, no. If it's a lawful campaign donation that's made, it's usually considered to be an exception.
Okay, thank you. I just want to advise that some things may optically look wrong, but aren't. So I don't want to echo the same comments of Councillor Vardy and urge some sort of reconciliation and apology. And I think that we can all, whatever direction's going to course correct the best here. I'm not sure I know what it is, but I think we don't want to go down a slippery slope.
Sorry, I apologize. I should have put my last comments to the mayor. My apologies, Mr. Mayor.
Accepted. Councillor Howe.
If I can, excuse me, through you, Chair, and listening to what's going around the table. A long time ago, and then you guys have heard me say this, back in the 90s, we did not know what an IC commissioner was. Michael, this is new industry and this is new ground for me, but there would be the occasional dust up, for lack of another word, or disagreement, or just flat out being unhappy with it. But people then would just kind of isolate. And I'm not trying to sound like I'm Father Time and then taking the two boys and saying, okay, come out of that room when you're ready. But that's what my feeling is we're adults. Do we make mistakes? Oh boy, you betcha. This guy right here does it all the time. But if it's worked out between the two parties, talk amongst yourselves, and then it's got it. We move on. There's going to be bigger mistakes that I'm going to make in the next 2 years or however long this term is. That's my feeling. I think that's the way to do it, and it is a little bit more satisfying for a couple of people involved anyways. So just a thought.
Councillor Korstanji.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I can't support further investigation. I can't support spending the money. So much was spent in the previous term that we had to up our legal and stuff like that. I think that, you know, a lot of things are assumed. A lot of things are taken out of context. You know, things can get heated and stuff like that. I think that, again, I agree with Councillor Howe. A conversation can be had, things can be worked out, not at the taxpayer expense. If we continue with this investigation, it's going to say, okay, yes, you were right or you were wrong. And then what? We wasted thousands of dollars to hear that? I mean, I just don't see that it's worth the money, to be honest.
Councillor DeBole.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm going to start off by saying that this entire incident, I guess, that took place brings extreme sadness to each of us, I think, as we sit around this table. Even sadness that a complaint resulted from this actually taking place. As we heard at an educational session, this has truly tarnished our reputation and damaged us, and is not something that we would really wish to ever have happen to us. The sad part is that there's probably not anything that the seven of us can say tonight that is going to make this magically go back in time, as my fellow councillor said, that will make this even any better. Because no matter what we say, no matter what advice or sides we take, you know, one of the two parties is still going to be hurt and not happy in all of this. So, unfortunately, you know, our comments even are not even going to solve this tonight, right? I will share with the committee that, I do sit on a committee, it's a regulatory board at the provincial level that deals with complaints. And if I could just share a few thoughts and procedures from there. The committee always has the option to close the file, has the option to close the file with guidance to the person who has the complaint levied about them, has the option of closing the file with various options, and sometimes even an investigator is hired, and after that report comes back, we close the file with what we call allegations, meaning it goes for discipline. And I think of our integrity commissioner as being that sort of third-party investigation where it then goes for discipline. When I look at this entire incident, when I look at the examples that come to my committee that I sit on, and I've been on this committee for a few years, this is not, the extreme end of things that could be said and go wrong. I would call it a close with guidance. This should not be done. We shouldn't talk to each other in this way, and so on and so forth. And so I guess to a certain extent, I'm echoing the comments of some of my fellow councillors that, yes, I wish we didn't have to hire a third party and take it to that extent. So I guess my question really related to all of that, and I have two questions, if I could. One, is it within the power of us as a council to provide guidance and instruction to the parties rather than to take it to a third rather than to ask our integrity commissioner to look into it further? Under our code of conduct, can we levy our own guidance or instruction to the parties? And I'm not sure who that question is to now, whether that's to Mr. Maynard or if it is to our senior staff here. They're pointing at you, Mr. Maynard.
Thanks. I was going to point back. Okay, sorry, through you, Mayor. Look, I don't know if council has the power to sort of direct individual members to engage in anything in particular. That's more of a legal question and probably not one that I should answer. But insofar as my own involvement is concerned, you're right in the sense that council can direct me to conduct an investigation. It can choose not to direct me to conduct an investigation. The parties themselves also have the capability to, on consent of both of them, that sort of a mutual consent, engage me in a form of alternative dispute resolution. A mediation, that type of conversation would probably be a lot shorter and less expensive than an investigation and report. It almost always is. So that's an option as well. But I don't know, and perhaps someone else could answer this, if council has the authority to direct them to do any of that. At this point, it's in council's hands, but whether or not council would like me to conduct an investigation, and I will follow council's direction.
And so I guess my second question, and it is a standard question that we ask all of the respondents that come before my regulatory committee is, and so I would like to ask this question and of my fellow councillor and of the mayor. And the question that we always ask the folks who come before my committee that I would like to ask the two folks here tonight is, what have you learned in this process? What have you learned from this incident and in this process? And would you be willing to say those words out loud and share them with this council?
Councillor Barty.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think Mr. Maynard actually has made short work of this, in the sense that when Councillor Baradzi asked, if you declare on, like when we get donations, we have to submit who the donations are from, and they're made public. And that is the declaration, and that's not considered conflict of interest. So the question about whether this was or wasn't conflict of interest has been answered in that sense by Mr. Maynard. So I would just like to reiterate again, maybe I could make a friendly amendment to Councillor, so we know that was inappropriate. So from what Mr. Maynard said, so we know that's a question that we know that it is our own responsibility to file a conflict of interest. We know we have a clerk who can be approached and provide that information so that if we want clarity on that question, it can be done privately without attempting to embarrass somebody. So my feeling is, given that we know really this remark should never have been made, why don't I make a friendly amendment that Councillor Chauhan just apologize, withdraw the question, and then we move on from here. And hopefully we treat people more respectfully, all of us, in future. I know I'm not above apologizing when I'm out of line. So just going to put that out there. So do a friendly amendment to add an apology. Okay.
Through the mayor, I guess this goes back to the question, can council truly dictate the behavior of a councillor? And we would need some additional legal counsel. At this point, I think it's not clear whether you really have the ability to ask for an apology. I would encourage you to stick with the procedure that we have through the Integrity Commissioner as a third party that's laid out clearly, and proceed in that manner. But I'll leave it up to Michael.
Michael, you have a...
If I may, I mean, I think, through you, Mayor, I think council can ask someone to apologize. I think a chair could ask someone to apologize. I don't think that's the issue. I don't think they could direct them to do it. I don't think you can force someone to do it. I don't think that's a possibility at this stage. I think occasionally some councils have, for example, in their codes of conduct, remedial measures in addition to the statutory sanctions that are available that may include, require someone to apologize. I always sort of question those things because it's sort of what is an apology if it's required anyway. But I don't think you're precluded from asking someone to apologize. I don't know if you would do that in an official capacity or not, but I don't necessarily have an issue with that. I would just suggest that I don't think it can be directed. But again, that's just my own view. And I agree that you would probably need some legal advice on the question of directing that kind of a thing, but requesting it, I don't know.
Can we call the question, Mayor, please?
The question has been called, moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that council will refer complaint IC 28-571-1223 back to the Integrity Commissioner to be further researched and report back to council. E-scribe voting? Yes. And that's carried. All right, so we're still receive this. All right, now we have 13.1, Integrity Commission Report. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Bradzi. Resolved that Integrity Commissioner Report IC 2857112223 be received. All in favor? And that's carried. Now we need a mover and seconder to get the Downtown Reimagined Urban Design Guidelines report on the floor. Councillor Davoli, seconder. Councillor Frick. Oh, yeah, sorry, Michael. Good. Have a good evening. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You as well. Thank you, everyone. It's always nice to see you all. Take care.
Bye-bye. Good evening, Brandon.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Katie's just going to pull up a PowerPoint presentation. So just wanted to follow up from our meeting a couple weeks ago with council. So we've pulled together a couple of slide presentations, just build on what our consultant had prepared leading up to this point. And we just wanted to focus council specifically on what we're currently asking you to approve, as that question came up last meeting. So I'm going to start with a quick presentation myself, and then I'm going to hand it over to Harold, and he's going to share some practical examples of where these, what the vision is and where that's been implemented in other locations. So, so I just wanted to start by showing the key project milestones. Both kind of where we're at currently. You'll see that we are here, so the design guides and conceptual design phase, and as well as the future phases. So, in terms of just, I guess, a quick overview, our visioning occurred from 21 to 2023, and that included a parking study and a traffic study. With council's approval, hopefully, of the design guidelines and conceptual design, we'll be moving to the detailed design phase, which will essentially bring the project to the ability for us to put this out to tender and hire a contractor to do the work, which is looking at somewhere in between 25 and 2026. Next slide. So essentially, we're asking for council's endorsement of both the design guidelines and the design concept. So again, this information was all shared. It's in that package, the appendix package that is included with the staff report from last meeting. The design guidelines include basically our vision statement, and Sabrina and Allison shared that at the last meeting, as well as the 6 guiding principles, as well as some urban design guidelines for the public-private interfaces and the public realm itself. The design concept basically from there takes that vision, principles, and the guidelines and put it into a conceptual plan with respect to our specific downtown. The concept put forward establishes basically a new cross-section for the road. And in approving, we were agreeing to basically reduce the existing asphalt platform for the roadway with a focus on wider sidewalks, landscaping, and furnishing zones. And we're also acknowledging that we'll be prioritizing various elements which we want to see within the cross-section. So things like trees, lighting, landscaping, furniture, active and inviting storefronts, public art, and murals, and so on. So as part of the concept, we need to make a decision how we're going to handle parking on Main Street. So there were 4 options that we considered. First option was a do nothing option. So leave the cross section the way it is with 2 lanes of traffic and on-street parking on both sides. Second option was to remove parking entirely from both sides of the road, with the exception of some accessible parking. The third option was pull out parking on one side of the road. And the last option was to implement flexible parking, which would be move back and forth between parking and pedestrian space as needed. So next slide. So we ended up narrowing the options down to two. Option one being to provide on-street parking on one side of the road. In this option, we had identified the south side of the road being the better option for this. And if we were to consider this option, we would recommend that it be in a traditional lay-by parking style. So that, and I'll talk about that in a minute, what we mean by that. Option two was to provide a flexible design on both sides of the road. Again, this flexible space could be converted to and from parking and pedestrian space as needed. Both options include 2 accessible parking spaces on the north side of the road. And again, I'll explain them further as we move through the slides. Next slide. So what I wanted to do is just basically run you through laying the different layers onto the road, onto the existing aerial image. So this is existing conditions. You can see that there's on-street parking on both sides of the road. You can see the paint lines are marked out there. If you can go to the next slide. Now we're just layering in the building footprints. Next slide again. And now we're adding the new platform onto the road. So basically 2 lanes of traffic with traditional asphalt surface. And conversely, we are widening the platform outside the traveled portion of the road. Also, we're narrowing Ontario Street to 2 lanes of traffic, so 1 in and 1 out, to provide a better pedestrian experience and safety at that intersection. Also, we're adding a mid-block crossing close to where the existing downtown sign is, archway. Next slide. So this is where we get into the 2 options that we're asking you to consider. So the option one is traditional lay-by parking. So what you can see from the picture, it's hard to see there, but basically there's 2 sets of curbs. You have your front curb that delineates the travel lane, and then the curb behind the vehicle, which is delineating the difference between the parking space and the walkable surface. And then in this option, essentially what we'd be doing is we'd be designating or agreeing to or basically holding ourselves to providing a permanent on-street parking solution. Next slide. So the second option is what we're calling our flexible space. So what we've done here is shown the approximate locations that we'll be considering for that flexible space in orange. We provided 2 pictures on how that space would function, and Harold's going to provide some more pictures in his slide presentation of what that would look like further. So as you notice in both of the pictures, they're showing the same area on King Street in Kitchener-Waterloo. On the left picture, you can see that there's parking provided in front of that restaurant, and then the next picture taken in the summer, basically the space has been converted to a patio space. You notice in the flexible style that there's a singular mountable curb to delineate the road from the sidewalk, but there's no secondary curb or barrier curb behind the parking. Essentially, this allows us more flexibility in how the space can be used and makes it more accessible to the public in that you don't have to step down off that curb into the parking area. So it basically helps it become a little bit more barrier-free. Sorry. And also on the left-hand side, you can see there's a removable bollard there that is used to delineate the space that is not permitted for parking. Next slide. So in conclusion, we're asking for council's endorsement of the design guidelines and design concept, so the box on your left and the box on the right, and as well as the option for parking configuration that we would like to see carried forward. And staff in our report are recommending that we go with the option 2, the flexible space. And again, that is in the motion before you. And I'm going to turn it over to Harold now, our Director of Planning, and he's going to run through some of those examples of the flexible shared space.
Thank you, Brandon. Through Mayor, I just wanted to I was instructed to move very quickly through this presentation, so I'm going to do that. I have to apologize for the last presentation by the consultant. It really wasn't, I don't think anybody was quite happy with that outcome. So I'm going to show you some real world examples with lots of visuals, and really the picture is going to speak 1,000 words. I will try to point your attention to certain elements in the photographs and images, and that will hopefully get, and if there are any questions, you're welcome to ask me, but I'm going to move through it relatively quickly. 6 demonstrated examples of, if you can put up the presentation. Oh, okay. So while that's coming up, I've identified 6 in Southern Ontario, 6 great examples, completely different, all having been implemented at different eras. A couple more recent ones. Brandon identified a couple that he showed in his presentation. The interesting about it is what they all share in common is they have this mountable boulevard that is utilized for parking sometimes and sometimes not. And in some cases, the designs depend a great deal on the degree of, they're all in downtown locations or on main streets, and the design quality or the design interventions really depend on often the budget, the location in terms of how big of a downtown or municipality is it and how much intensity in terms of use it's going to have. And so you'll see a great variety. And I think we're somewhere down the middle. And I think that what I wanted to really demonstrate here is, because I think we were trying to convey in words but didn't show you in visuals what it is exactly that we're talking about. And just the brilliance of this idea. And it's amazing that it isn't being adopted in all streetscapes, because it provides such a great versatility, and in both in terms of seasonal versatility, but also as time. As the downtowns become more and more successful, without having to redo the streetscape, you can completely transform it into a completely pedestrian-only space, and it wouldn't require a complete redo of the streetscape. So you have that ability from one range to the other. Okay, so these are the 6 examples I'm going to show you, and 2 of them in Niagara, Fenwick and Fonthill. You might recall and have seen those already. And I'm going to start with Midland at the top, Islington, Kleinburg, which is the oldest example I'm familiar with of this. I'm going to show you Market Square in Guelph. It's not exactly the same, but it's the most recent intervention that has a mountable parking area that is utilized and flexible, although in this case it's more of a squarish type space, but it is along a street with angled parking, so it's a bit different, but it has some elements that we might learn from. And then Kitchener and King Street in Kitchener, and as I said, the two examples in Niagara. One thing I've tried to do, in some cases you'll see some images and some examples have far more detail and photographs than others. A lot of it had to do with just some really quick research I did. Some examples have a lot of information in terms of what the transformation is, in terms of the budget, all of that. So the more recent transformations have that information readily available on the internet. The older examples, I really had to, I didn't have much to go with except Google Street View, to be honest. And as much as possible, I tried to show some before and after images so you can see the transformation side by side, okay? All right, so starting with Midland up at top, probably the most recent streetscaping effort of this type. Next slide, please. Again, some quick highlights. Not all of the examples show this, but this is an award-winning one. It's $14 million in total cost. It spans over almost a kilometer in length. It includes a whole bunch of interesting things like removable bollards. There's some Silvacell stormwater management. This is if you want trees, fully grown trees on your main street, you're going to have to adopt a system that is going to take planting them seriously. You have to have soil volumes, and you have to have the sidewalk basically built on a structure that allows the roots to penetrate underneath the sidewalk and allow them to grow. If you want a big canopy of trees, you need a big root. Equally big root area. So a lot of them have adopted the Silvacell technology and stormwater management. Articulated sidewalks, upgraded in lighting, bike racks and art installations. You'll see this pretty much amongst all of the examples. Next slide, please. And this was completed in 2021. These just highlight images showing you the overall streetscape. You'll see, I just want to show on the upper right image, you'll see the kind of delineation in using paving and concrete of what is always a pedestrian clearway that doesn't inhibit any movement, particularly with respect to accessibility. You always have this kind of ribbon of tree planting, landscaping, seating, kind of amenity elements. And then you'll have the, sometimes you may or may not have another kind of ribbon of things, and then you'll have the flexible boulevard itself, okay? And what I want to show you is that all of the examples, almost all of them are street closures. They all have opportunities for street closures, and they accommodate street closures. Next slide, please. So again, just some close-ups of elements, mid-block connection. You'll see again, in this case, the upper right image, you'll see the car parked on top of that paving pattern. That's that mountable boulevard. So when the car isn't there, what you have is this really nice, elaborate sidewalk that has this extended treatment. But when the car isn't there, it doesn't feel like you just have wide roadway that's empty. And that's the important distinction and difference, is that the space is now moving from the realm of the vehicle to the realm of the pedestrian. That's really the big shift that's going on here, as opposed to being a lay-by that's roadway, when cars can use and not, that cars can use, but when they're not there, it still remains roadway. That's the problem. What we want to do is, in a pedestrian environment, we want it to be allocated to the pedestrian realm. Although the car might be invited to occupy that space, we can tell it not to be there sometimes. So it is not the ruler of the space. It is the pedestrian that's the ruler of the space, and I think needs will dictate whether your car can park there or not. So so in these spaces, you'll see again furnishing and landscaping distinctive. And from streetscape to streetscape, there's a different level of attention to detail and paving. This is probably the one that shows the most recent and probably the most elaborate in terms of paving, decorative paving. Next slide, please. Bike racks, again, you can see trees using, in some cases, grates. The bottom right image shows you just the distinction between to distinguish the areas, very little signage. It's really about visual cues. So you'll have the parking area, then you have the removable bollards, and a kind of a ribbon, almost like a kind of buffer ribbon, and then the pedestrian area is this continuous unimpeded space. Next slide, please. Just to show you some before and after, I mean, it's hard to tell in this particular image because of one was taken more towards the end of September when much of the leaves were gone and the trees were still young. But on the top image, you see typical lay-by parking with striped, painted stripes. On the bottom image, you can barely tell, but those cars are all actually on a mountable curb, on a mountable boulevard. You'll see the distinction far better in some of the other examples. Next slide, please. Kleinberg. This is the oldest example I know of. It's in Vaughan. You said it's an old kind of, Kleinberg's a kind of a tourist destination. It's not as dense of a downtown as you'd see in Grimsby, but it's got more of a rural setting. But it's one in which sidewalk space wasn't needed as much because a lot of setbacks, the buildings were set back quite a bit, so they had a lot of spill-out space for patios. So in this case, the boulevard, the flexible boulevard, was very much used by parking. Next slide, please. So it's the one that's most extensively used by parking, but it's made in such a way that the parking doesn't detract from the space. And so when cars aren't parked there, so you'll see images from above, you'll see this continuous salmon-colored ribbon that runs along the side of the road. That's that mountable boulevard. The top right image, you'll see cars parked on that, and sometimes the cars are not. When the cars are not parked on there, the road still remains narrow in its appearance, and the sidewalk's much wider. And again, it's a much more pedestrian-friendly environment. Next slide, please. As you'll note, also, there's very little. This is a minimal example. No bollards, very minimal signage. It's a really kind of stripped down, minimal environment that doesn't kind of over-clutter itself, trying to influence behavior in terms of where you can and can't park. It's pretty much a free-for-all. In this environment, it makes sense. It does get quite busy, and it's really trying to maximize the parking space without feeling like it's a maximized parking space. So So you'll see planters often in the parking, on a flexible boulevard, you'll see planters sometimes there, and sometimes you'll see nothing. Next slide, please. This is the best example of a before and after, one that was well before even, just at the advent of the automobiles before that I found here. But just to show that the streetscape has, and everything else has markedly improved over the few generations. Next slide. We've got much better before and afters coming up. Guelph. This is the Market Square in Guelph. You might be familiar with this. It's a part of it's in conjunction with, right in the downtown. It's in conjunction with the series of civic buildings of importance, the library, the city hall. But on one side, it's a continuous retail street that uses angled parking. But the important thing to show here is how this mountable boulevard option that's flexible and that cars can be invited and not be invited works. Next slide, please. What's that? In front of Guelph, Guelph City Hall, exactly. And there's a beautiful pool and a waiting pool and stuff that they've added in there. So I focused on the retail side, but you'll see again this notion that in this case, the sidewalk, between the sidewalk and the storefronts is actually a spill-out space that's delineated in the paving. Then you have this continuous barrier-free sidewalk, and then this kind of ribbon of amenity seating, benches, and trees, and then the parking beyond that. In this case, the parking is angled, again, the only delineation you see is the curb, the roll curb, which is not a barrier curb but a roll curb, but helps to again visually give you the cues as where the cars can travel and then where they can park. Next slide, please. Not a lot of signage. The street also closes quite a bit. Patios do occupy the parking space as well as the space in front of the buildings, but because there's quite a bit of space there, there's quite a bit of flexibility in terms of how big the patio can be, and that really depends on market needs. And of course, this is also a space that really tries to utilize itself both in the summer and colder months. And so the great thing about it is it benefits from the pool in the warmer months, and also that turns into a skating ring in the winter months as well. Next slide, please. Again, showing the before and after. It's quite dramatic before and after images. It was just angled parking, a lot of asphalt, angled parking on both sides of the street. It was a very wide roadway, not very visually appealing. And then what this does is it really starts to break down that asphalt and dedicate more space toward the pedestrian. They eliminated angled parking entirely on one side of the street and dedicated that towards a series of amenity spaces and programming on one side. Next slide, please. Again, before and after, further down along the street. Next slide. And then another before and after looking back. And I'm happy to provide you with these if you want to look at them in more detail later. This document was created for you, and we can send you that document for you to ponder over hours and hours. Next slide, please. Kitchener. Brandon already introduced you to some of this, but I'll show you a bit more. Major award win, lots of awards. It was probably the one, although it wasn't the first utilizing the flexible boulevard, it was the first significant downtown location to completely do away with the lay-by parking and go with this alternative, this flexible alternative. And it's also adopted a lot of sustainable or green infrastructure approaches, passive. So it takes the stormwater rather than directing it to culverts and catch basins. It tries to reroute some of it right back into the trees. So it's actually irrigating the trees along the street. It makes perfect sense. I mean, why would you do away with the water that you then run around and try to irrigate later? So it tries to use some of this passive irrigation systems, and you'll see some of that in the slides. Next slide, please. This is an interesting cross section. It shows you the overlapping flexibility. You have this kind of flexible boulevard area, this pedestrian area that can change with seasons, and this is just a typical block. But the photographs are far more effective at showing you how this works. Next slide. Again, just some of the elements: removable bollards, what you see the green there are these kind of rain gardens where the rainwater is collected and it helps to irrigate. And then the patio, in some cases you have some seating, but it's not a full patio location. Next slide, you see some more of the parking uses. So this is, again, some of the details. Rain garden, seating area. See the bottom right, you'll see the trench drain, which gets the stormwater, and then it directs it into the landscaped area to irrigate those areas. Next slide, please. It's quite a beautifully cut, laser cut, rusty cover. So the before and after images, as you can see, the before, a very traditional type of streetscape, laybys, landscaping, a real effort put towards design. But it doesn't obviously offer a great deal of flexibility as need changes. And the exact same view today, more recently, with the streetscape intervention. Next slide. Again, before and after, and this is similar to the location that Brandon showed, where you have before, again, laybys on one side, on-street parking continuous on the other. In this case, you have this flexible boulevard that is occupied by patio in some cases, or parking. Next slide. Fenwick, closer to home. I was actually part of the team that did this work. I did quite a bit of work for Pelham, including this. And this is, you'll see a real transformation quite obvious here. Next slide. Less distinct, the difference in paving and a big vocabulary of design. Much more simple, but certainly very effective. A smaller area, smaller downtown. It's really a central area that we wanted to coalesce and transform, which is really kind of overtaken by the asphalt. Next slide. It was also an award-winning one. So if you can see before and after, these are relatively narrow roads already, but this is a great image because before you can see the cars parked. In this case, you can see the cars are not there. It's not just this big wide roadway. It looks like it's a much more appealing, a much broader public realm area versus just car space. Next slide. Again, in this case, at the time of day that this was taken, very few cars are parked, and you can see the extent of the pedestrian area versus the roadway. Next slide. This is very dramatic here at the intersection, the main intersection in town with the famous flagpole. The road narrowing was quite significant, and in addition to adding more parking, and it also allowed us to add quite a bit of landscaping, far bigger improvement. Next slide. And this is really quite dramatic too, because you can see just a wide roadway versus similar paving across the whole pedestrian area, and just using bands of concrete to delineate that which is parking versus pedestrian. Next slide. The last one, I think we're the last one, Font Hill, very quickly. Also in Pelham, this was the first one they rolled out. This was really, the reason we really pushed on this in this location is because they had a lot of driveways, and those driveways currently were needed, but in the future may disappear as infill development comes in. So we didn't want to have all these curb cuts for these driveways that would then stay there even after the driveways were gone. So we realized that the best thing to do is to have this continuous rolling curb, and that's how this concept got adopted. That was the impetus for adopting this approach. Next slide, please. Some real before and afters, you'll see some significance, the narrowing of the roadway, the dedication of on-street parking to, in some cases, patios. Next slide. You can, right in the kind of heart of the downtown area, you really see the difference. Kind of, again, lots of roadway versus and in fact, they had a delineation with a concrete banner, but it was just asphalt and an asphalt. They didn't try to do something unique and more pedestrian oriented. Next slide. In this case, again, the widening of the sidewalk, and then in this case, the flexible boulevard was. In this case, I think it might have predated the change in the licensing, because you now can, at the time, you had to locate liquor licensed areas adjacent, abutting the building, and you had to actually build sidewalks around. I don't know if you remember that, but they had to do that until the liquor board changed the licensing rules to allow one to traverse the sidewalk with the drinks to the patio area. So we entered into the 21st century in Ontario. So that now allows for this clear way rather than having to build the sidewalks around and having this kind of routing around the patio. So this would have been an image of 2019. I think it would have changed by then. But anyway, I'm trying to figure out why that patio wasn't. In some cases, the patio is actually on the flexible boulevard. But it goes to show you how flexible it is. You can do it at the patio anywhere you want. Next slide. Really dramatic again, as you mentioned, just outside of the downtown area into the residential area, where it's kind of a hodgepodge mix. This really helps to unify the area, provide some landscaping detailing. You know where to park, and you know where the sidewalk is. Next slide. And last image, again, showing before and after, quite dramatic in terms of the visual appearance and this mountable boulevard flexible space. I think that's the last one. Maybe? Yeah. Yep.
All right. Thank you for your presentation, Harold. Councillor Bradsey.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Harold. Also, thank you for your presentation. When you say removable bollard, what type of removal are we talking about? We're talking about nut and bolts removing, physical removal, or are we talking about the ones that actually have the negative form in the bottom so they can actually sink below?
Yeah,
the automated ones?
The hydraulic ones are really expensive. Yeah, no, in those cases, there's a crew that would come in and often it's the BIAs that take care of that. In this case, I don't know that your BIA is equipped to do that, but these are, in most cases, larger BIAs. I would suggest that we try as much as possible to avoid the bollards, except in places where they're absolutely needed. Far better to use removable planters and in more simple forms. I think that we just don't have the traffic to warrant that kind of overkill in terms of delineation of space. I think the paving, again, the study will sort this out. There may be a location needs for bollards that might be more permanent as opposed to the removable ones. That's what I would suggest. The ones that you're seeing in those images, the removable ones for Kitchener and for Midland, those were hardcore, serious, tailor-made. Yep.
We just have, if we pull one of this, like the third last slide up, I just want. Oh no, Katie, where'd you go? So there's you had the two culverts along the asphalt wall, and then the flex parking on each side. I'm just kind of looking at this. If we had the hydraulic bollards, that could be a protected pathway for residents. Yeah, through here. So we have the hydraulic bollards all along here.
Yeah.
It's protected pathways for pedestrians, and then a simple push of a button, they go down and it's parking. I know there's obviously upfront costs that would go to that, but we got to think of the operating cost of having a bunch of trucks going around and unbolting bollards, filling up multiple trucks. It's a lot of labor.
It would be, and maintenance it would be a headache. And my preference is we go with something that's kind of the less maintenance, but the better, so that the longevity of the streetscape is maintained. But we have to trust that in this environment, cars are not going to careen over a rolling curb more so than they would a barrier curb. So, I mean, I think that your concern is about the safety of pedestrians. That by simply removing a curb or shifting the slope of the curb, that all of a sudden cars are going to be pummeling into pedestrians.
No, I'm just saying that would be the location that I would target for the bollards.
Yeah, right. So okay, I got you.
For the hydraulics.
There's another example I could have showed Market Street in Toronto, where they shift the bollards every season. And there's another one that's really example.
Bollards? Or the bolted ones, sorry?
Yeah, but they are bolted. But they shift them every year. They come in and they'll just move them once. And they move them for in the winter months, they move them, and in the summer months, they move them to occupy more road space. And for the patio expansion and the bigger pedestrian. And in Quebec City, there's a really great example around it's called Grand Allée, where instead of a mountable boulevard, there's an entire laneway that's paved differently. It's not a mounted, it's just a whole laneway that then they just bollard and take over in the summer months.
Harold, I think you need to speak into the mic because we are live streaming.
I'm sorry.
I'll stop here by thanking Harold for the answer and the response there. But I kind of came in tonight kind of thinking that we needed to really think bold, and my initial thoughts was that the street parking has to go. If we don't, it's basically the biggest thing we can change here. And if we don't make a bold decision like that, it's not really downtown reimagined, it's just a downtown repair, right? So, and then if we even just take it as a thought, like seen them in Las Vegas actually, personally, where they can completely change at the push of buttons.
Even the bollards.
Yeah. Just an option. I'm just thinking out loud here, and I'll let the other councilors talk before.
We will definitely look into it. I don't know the costs offhand. Where it makes sense, it would be great for the push of button. We can do that. Yeah, and they do work in cold environments. There's done it. And Iceland has them, for example. Yeah.
Councillor Vardy.
So I just have a question about these movable bollards, right? Is it like there's a screw receptacle in the road, and then you just take the bollard and go, is that how it works?
There's probably several different types of mechanisms. There's one, which is the council was speaking of, which actually disappears into the ground. It's actually hydraulic.
Goes
It
right
just
in?
drops in, and it claps up with the button. So that's the Cadillac version. And then you have other versions that either just screw, they screw off, and there might be a key, a kind of key, Allen key type thing, special Allen key. There's some that are bolted down that you have to unbolt.
Okay.
But there's again, we would look at the variety of different options for that. The ones that are probably the most preferred are the ones that are as standard as possible, because these do get hit, and there's a lot of wear and tear that they experience.
So I've seen I think it was in Spain, where they had them, if it was an emergency vehicle, they could just run right over them. Is that an option?
Well, they have them. They have the bollards that are like kind of plastic ones, the rubbery ones that you can just run over.
Yeah, well, they just go down.
Oh, there might be some that actually just sink right into the ground.
Well, are they?
Yeah.
I don't know. They just go down, or you can roll over them. But if I tried my car to do the same thing, it wouldn't work.
I just want to give direction that I think we probably should move on.
That's a detail.
Far enough time on bollards.
I'm going to lose sleep about things. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
There's options.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Couple of questions, just for clarification. I see that, is Ontario Street included from Main Street? I just don't pass the entrance to the parking lot. Is that included in here? Is that part of the downtown reimagine?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor?
From Main, on Ontario Street, from Main down to, almost down to the, I guess, the library, almost down. How far down does Ontario Street, does downtown?
Just right now, just at the intersection. Doesn't mean just at the intersection.
Just at the intersection?
Yeah, and there'll be a transition from the intersection back to the road.
I just have a little bit of a concern with that, because I feel that those businesses that are along there, which is part of the DIA, have been left out of this whole downtown reimagined. And I don't know how many shops and retail stores there are along that stretch, but I just feel that we're kind of slighting them and leaving them out of this whole equation altogether. Can we not include them in this particular project? I mean, I think we're being very remiss in not putting them in there. Comments?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we hadn't identified or included them originally in the scope of work. Basically, we're looking at Main from Christie to the other side of Elm. It's something that we could take back as a team, but obviously there would be a large financial impact to that if that's the direction of council, to expand the scope of work to a larger area. Certainly something we can look at. It also would impact our timelines in terms of, building and things like that. I think maybe just to bring it back a little bit is just because we're not addressing Ontario Street now or Elm Street now doesn't mean we can't enhance them in the future. This could be looked at the first phase. These design guidelines that we're preparing are basically a template for how we can incorporate these themes to other areas of the downtown outside of that core that we're currently building.
It just seems that while we're doing it, while we're doing the work downtown, and we're talking about another, 500 yards, whatever it is, along Ontario Street, that we don't include it now rather than go back to it again in sometime in the near future, whenever. I just feel that we're just slighting those businesses, and because they really are truly a part of the downtown. It's part of the the area where people walk around and walk in there. I mean, you have the little bookstore there. You have the restaurant just down on the right-hand side. There's a whole bunch of things in there, and I think we're just slighting them by leaving them out of this particular downtown reimagine. And I'd like for you to go back and look at this and see if we can incorporate them into it. Because if we're going to do it separately down the road, it's going to be a lot more cost attached to it, I would think. And I think now is the time to do it if we can. But I would really like for you to look at that. I don't know how the rest of council feels, but that's my thoughts. The other thing, it would be nice to have a really nice feature downtown, something that's not dramatic in its overall sense, but for example, the crosswalk. I've always said that Grimsby should put in place a really nice decorative sidewalk, a rainbow sidewalk, a 3D rainbow sidewalk, crosswalk, right where the arch is. Can we incorporate that? Because I think it would be a nice feature to have downtown. It makes a statement for us as well, that we're inclusive and all those good things. So, I mean, a 3D rainbow crosswalk would be something that would be quite an attraction for downtown as well. Can we look at that too?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're getting really into the details right now.
I know, but I got to get in early.
So we will be looking at the treatments, especially at that crossing, and what we can do in terms of not only making it appealing, but also how we delineate it properly for motorists to understand that there's a crossing there. So we can certainly look at what kind of treatments we can look at, what colors treatments we can promote there as well.
Thank you. I look forward to it. Thanks a lot. That's it for me.
Go ahead.
Just through you, Mayor, Mr. Wortman said, we're getting into the details. My question is there going to be an opportunity for further feedback on the details so that we don't have to get into it right now, every single where I want a bollard and where I want a sidewalk? Because I agree with everything everybody's saying. It's just, this is not probably the most appropriate time to have that discussion. So if we know that there's going to be future opportunity to have that discussion, let us know so we can let you know our opinions on all of these things.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, again, that's kind of why the approach I took with the presentation. I really wanted to focus council. We're not asking you to pick the color for the sidewalk. We're not asking you to pick what type of lamps we want for the lighting. Really what we're asking for is we agree to this concept of a narrower road. What are we doing with the parking? From there, once hopefully we get that approval, we'd move to the detailed design. Through that detailed design process, there would be more involvement from the business owners downtown as well as council and getting their input as we move forward with it.
Councillor Sharwa.
Through Mayor Jordan, thank you. Thank you, Harold, for bringing this back. Last time I didn't have enough information to make that decision, and these pictures, the examples are much better, and I feel much more comfortable saying yes to it. I like the flexible parking. My only concern is I still, what times are we looking at removing the parking? Because every time I go by there, the parking is full. So on my way here, I like to come early. So like 5 to 6, I was driving through, and there were only 2 parking spots available in front of I think it was like the Canine Couture or whatever, right? The dog grooming place. And that's it. So I don't really know when we would use that flexible parking and take that parking away. So.
Sorry, through Mr. Mayor. Great question, and I think it's something that is going to happen incrementally. I honestly, of all my experience working with downtowns, you've got the great bones here in Grimsby for a downtown, but the downtown is still fragile, if I can use that word. It doesn't have the robust draw that can withstand a dramatic change in people's behavior. And I think that it needs to be baby steps. Because the last thing we want to do, and I've seen the disasters before, is too cataclysmic a change would set things off in such a way that it would annoy people. you got to make your downtown worthwhile for people to walk, to park elsewhere and make that walk. Right now, people expect the parking to be right within eyes view of the door. So, and what that means is that people are spoiled. They've gotten accustomed to the way things are, and you got to get them out of that habit. And the best way to get them out of that habit is to make that journey and that walk worthwhile. And it's going to be because you're going to bump into people other shops that you wanted to see. That critical mass of activity and animation that makes the experience of being in a downtown the thing that matters most. What makes downtowns work today relative to typical commercial is the experience. It's an experiential thing that you can't emulate in the same way at just a shopping center. It's the experience of a place which is social. It has a social element, there's a human watching element, there's a passive element, there's a shopping element, but there's a lot of different things going on that are the experience. And the best experiences that we have in downtowns are ones that are never predictable. They're always changing, and they're constantly evolving. It's not a Disney-fied one where you know what song is going to pop up next and costume is going to be around the corner. It's always going to be that chance encounter that you could only have in a downtown, because you have lots of people and lots of activity that bring you back over and over again. And so it's not there yet. It's not quite there yet. I've been there so many times, and I've been staying nearby as much as possible to really get the feel for the downtown. It really dies quite early. There is these moments of peak activity. A lot of that is about through traffic, less so stay in downtown traffic. I've seen an extraordinary amount of people parking there late at night, but not really utilizing the downtown. So there's this interesting kind of pattern of behavior. But in my opinion, in terms of how the parking goes away, it starts in small bits. You have a farmer's market. There's an extraordinary activity that is a draw that people will park and actually come to. That's an example of an activity that has the strength of draw to bring people to the downtown despite the parking being taken away. And that kind of continued layering of activity and ideas and events and festivals will begin to take away the cars slowly, one by one. And I think it's going to be a seasonal thing. I think in the summer months, there should be some more bold experimenting. The great thing about this is you can experiment and you can pilot ideas. You can take away parking for a week and see how that works, and then come back without having to change the streetscape. That's the great magic about this flexibility. And I think definitely in the summer months, patios will come out, less parking will be available, but there'll be great activity in the summer months to bring you, to draw you in, to have you parked further away and walk in, because it's worthwhile. And then eventually, to close it all together to cars in the winter, we're just not there yet for sure. It'll feel like an open, windswept space that doesn't have that critical mass of activity yet. But I've honestly, I have full confidence that we will get to the dramatic place that you're talking about, that extraordinary 1 or 2 blocks that might be closed off all year round, because it's just, the best way to know when to do that is when the people outnumber the cars. As soon as that happens, they're more important, because you just look for those triggers as to when to make those decisions. The last thing you want to do is make that decision is to close it away from cars when there's nobody there, because who's going to be there to replace those vehicles? So anyhow, I hope.
Councillor Davoli.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you, Harold.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I wanted to start by saying that I am in favor of the flexible shared space. I took the time after our last council meeting to drive out to Fonthill and park my car on them and walk up and down and experience them firsthand. And I truly do like that idea. Certainly the materials that we make it out of are going to be a big factor, and I won't bother to take up a lot of time on that other than to just mention that. The bollards, of course, we've kicked around that idea, and I know Brandon's smiling as I talk about bollards. I always say I have visions of bollards there with the remote in Brandon's office, and he's having fun moving them up and down during the day to see what happens. But yeah, used extensively throughout Europe, and so interesting to see how we can apply that concept. I wanted to, though, comment about the side streets and the downtown reimagined and our application to the side streets. And I realize that this plan does not include that. I think this plan goes hand in hand with the reconstruction of Main Street, and that's why it's kind of, I'll call it phase 2 of the reconstruction after we put the new water and sewer lines in and all the rest, pave the road. Then the question is, what do we do with the sidewalks and so on? And of course, this reconstruction is not going down Ontario Street and Elm Street just yet. So I do think that their time will come, but it's just not this part of the project. But truly, it's a great opportunity for us to try it on through Main Street, and then if we really like it, to then extend the project after that and to go to Ontario Street, Elm Street, and wherever else we think it really would work. And then my last comment really, though, is a question about the flexible shared space. The south side of Main Street has a significantly higher elevation. So I still can't quite envision how this would work. The cars would be lower and we would still have to go up a few steps like we currently do. Could you just explain that for us?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, and I don't know, Katie, if you have the ability to pull my presentation up and go back to the slide that shows the orange areas, if you want to call it. So basically, while she's pulling that up, we've strategically said that the flexible parking space areas will not be at the east limit of Mountain Street. So in the area where the post office is. Go back a couple of slides. Oh, that one there. Sorry. Yeah. So basically, where you're going to have the elevation, and that might even be too close there. Again, concept. But you can see the four trees on the south side of Main is kind of the area where the steps are. They may come back a little bit further, so that limit might be tightened up once we get to detailed design. But you are right. There is a grade separation there significantly, and we're going to have to look at how do we accommodate that in the detailed design phase.
I mean, currently there is not parking there in front of the post office neither, so we're not really envisioning doing anything different. We would just have the flexible shared spaces where the current parking spaces are, I think is what we're saying. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, seeing no further questions, moved by Councillor Davoli, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report DPW 24-03, Downtown Reimagined Urban Design Guidelines completion dated February 20th, 2024 be received, and that Council endorse the updated urban design guidelines, and that Council endorse the recommended preferred design concept for Main Street, Regional Road 81 provided herein. E-scribe voting, please. Both of them. Yeah. No, isn't it?
Correct, yeah. Yes. Okay.
All right, so, yes.
Your vote?
Yes. All right, that's carried. We're going to just take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 9:45.
And you can tell.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're back on. Can I get a mover and seconder to get the Community Services Rates and Fees report on the floor? Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Howe. Sarah, welcome.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I'll keep my remarks brief. I know there's a... I will try. How about? So we brought our rates and fees this evening to you with the broader user fee study being done corporately. I think we sort of missed our timeline just a little bit, but wanted to get this in before we have one of our bigger revenue items, which is our spring leisure guide and summer registration. So getting this to you before those things are published and moving forward. So what we often do with our rates and fees is we will do an annual increase to them. They often use 3% tends to be sort of a benchmark that we've often used. And then we always look at the actual rates and fees throughout our schedule as well for different things that we want to consider. Sometimes there's pressures from a third party for some fees. Sometimes we know we're just a little off on that sort of cost recovery due to some changes to the program. And then things such as even just the Peaching Center renovation and factoring that into how we were setting our rates and fees this year. I will say we need to develop our methodology a little bit further, and that is why we are doing the user fee study specifically for community services this year as well. It'll really dive into not just what our current rates are, but really how we're choosing them, how we're sort of setting our methods so that we're really well poised to be establishing that going forward. And it's a great time to do it as well because with the Peaching Center expansion, we will see some new rates coming on board. So that'll be a really good opportunity for us. So with that, it might just be easiest if I open it up to questions, if there's any questions about any of the rates.
Great. Thank you very much, Sarah. Questions or comments? Councillor Davoli.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. My questions probably are very similar to the ones that I had emailed to Director Sweeney earlier. So my understanding of this is that these rates that we're going to adjust to for now really are just, I will call interim rates or short term. Then once the study is actually done and finalized, many of these may be revised anyway. So this is really just to get us through the spring and summer, I would say. Is that correct?
Through the chair, so I would say it's probably getting us through the year because we do need to give enough advance notice as well to some of our other groups that will do, say, a registration. So it might not just be spring and summer, but if certainly for this year, depending on when that's, I guess it depends on when it's finished. But ultimately, yes, the intention is to get us through, keep some pace so that we are sort of maintaining that sort of revenue to expense, especially for some of our programs where that's a very strong correlation. And then once we have that user fee study completed, we'll be revisiting the schedule, and we'll continue to look at it annually because some of the biggest impacts, particularly for some of our programs, are things such as wages and such like that, right? So we will continue to annually look at it, but by that point, we'll have a new methodology to apply to it.
And then my second question had to do with our budget. So we just approved our budget for 2024, which included an estimation of the revenues that we thought we would have coming in. And perhaps you could just expand upon that. It's my understanding that when you set the budgeted revenues, when you estimated what your revenues might be, you tried to take this into account already. And I realize it is quite difficult for this coming year and even for next year because we're under construction and, you know, everything is topsy-turvy. But could you just sort of expand upon how you address the budget with these when we saw the budget just the other week?
So through the mayor, yeah, my pleasure, and you're right. So we did account for some estimating of that when we set the budget, and it is a tricky year for us. We're still figuring out where we're putting a few programs, how exactly they're going to function, how they may be impacted by the renovation. So we looked at where we could increase revenue, where we might also see some changes. So we were being a little bit careful and conservative a bit with some of those things as we're wading through that, and we'll continue to do that. And certainly as those things sort of come out and we look at what those impacts will be, we also look at the expense side and trying to offset as well. So it is a bit of a tricky time with some of the changes going on, but we're continually looking at and trying to adjust it as well.
Thank you. All right, any further questions? Seeing none, moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Howe. Resolved that report DCS 24-13, Community Services Rates and Fees, dated March 4th, 2024, be received for information that Council approved the adjusted rates and fees schedule in this report. All in favor? That's carried. And we're just going to change our agenda a little bit. Tom Helinski's here right now, and so we're going to move into closed. Can I have a mover and seconder to go into closed, please? Moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor DeFlavio. Resolved that council meet in closed session under Section 2392F of the Municipal Act, where a closed meeting is held if the subject matter being considered is advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. All in favor to go into closed?
Can you just say that we're going to continue our
Yes.
agenda when we come back?
Yeah, that's carried, but we're going to continue our agenda when we come back out of closed. Thank you, and we'll see you again soon. Welcome back, everyone. Can I get a mover and seconder to approve the closed session direction? Or, yeah. But I'll get it. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the closed session regarding the OLT decision on 292 Main Street West be received. All in favor? And that's carried. All right, can I get a mover and seconder to receive the memorandum from planning staff? Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Howe. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Howe. Resolved that the memorandum from planning staff regarding the OLT decision on 292 Main Street West be received. All in favor? And that's carried. All right, now we have a resolution from Councillor DeFlavio on Heritage Property Financial Support Programs. Can I get mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Charwa. Okay. All right. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Charwa. Resolved that the memorandum from planning staff regarding Heritage Property Financial Support Programs be received. All in favor? That's carried. I just need a seconder for Councillor DeFlavio's motion. Councillor Corstangi. And I'll get Councillor DeFlavio to read it. Thank you. Moved by Councillor DeFlavio, second by Councillor Corsangi.
Whereas heritage properties contribute significantly to the cultural and historical fabric of our community, and whereas heritage property owners face unique challenges and responsibilities in maintaining and preserving their properties, and whereas financial support programs can encourage the preservation of heritage properties, therefore be it resolved that the council directs staff to explore the feasibility of implementing a heritage tax rebate or other financial support programs for heritage property owners in the town of Grimsby. Be it further resolved that staff undertake a comprehensive review, including but not limited to assessing the legal implications and compliance with relevant provincial and municipal laws governing property taxation, investigating the potential for matching rebates from the region and the province, particularly regarding education taxes, researching existing heritage property support programs in other municipalities within the province to identify best practices, evaluating the financial implications, considering potential impacts on municipal revenue, and identifying budgetary constraints, developing strategies for community engagement to seek public input and ensure transparency in decision-making, establishing an administrative structure for the program, including responsibilities, application processes, and monitoring mechanisms, and exploring potential legal ramifications and seeking input and guidance from provincial and federal heritage organizations. Be it further resolved that staff present their findings and recommendations to council in time for consideration in the 2025 budget.
All in favor? And that's carried. Yeah. Can I get a mover and seconder for the Amyloidosis Awareness Month proclamation? Councillor Vardy, Councillor Bradzi. Yeah. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Bradzi. Whereas amyloidosis is a rare and chronic disease with an abnormal protein called amyloid accumulates in the heart, liver, kidney, skin, and nerves, leading to organ damage and can be life-threatening. and where amyloidosis can be challenging to diagnose, as many signs and symptoms are similar to other diseases, including fatigue, weight loss, numbness of fingers and toes, swollen ankles and legs, shortness of breath, and diarrhea. And whereas there is no cure for amyloidosis, however, treatments are available to manage symptoms and slow the progression of the disease, whereas raising awareness about amyloidosis can help lead to early diagnosis and treatment, leading to better outcomes for patients and their families. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Jeff Jordan, declare March 2024 as Amyloidosis Awareness Month in the town of Grimsby. All in favor? And that's carried.
Never even heard of that.
Let's just keep going.
Yeah, all right. All right. We have, it has been recommended or requested by Councillor Korsanji to endorse the County of Prince Edward's resolution regarding support for a review of Ontario Works and Ontario Disability Support Program financial assistance rates. We need a seconder for this motion. Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Korsanji, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that Council endorse the County of Prince Edward's resolution regarding support for a review of the Ontario Works and Ontario Disability Support Program financial assistance rates. All in favor? That's carried. It was been requested by Councillor Howe to endorse Northumberland County's resolution regarding support for amendment of the Occupational Health and Safety Act to clarify the definition of employer. We need a seconder for this. Councillor DeVoley. Moved by Councillor Howe, second by Councillor DeVoley. Resolved that Council endorse Northumberland County's resolution regarding support for amendment to the Occupational Health and Safety Act to clarify the definition of employer. All in favor? And that's carried. Can I get a mover and seconder to receive this correspondence from the Niagara region? Councillor Bradsey, Councillor Vardy.
Yes.
Moved by Councillor Bradsey, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the correspondence from Niagara region regarding the tree and forest canopy project be received. All in favor? That's carried.
Can we get that forward and make sure that it goes to the Green Committee?
Yes, we can give that direction that we will forward it to the Green Committee. All right, can I get a mover and seconder to approve bylaw 2413? Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bradsey. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bradsey. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 2413 and that same be read a first time, considered and passed. All in favor? That's carried. Next meeting of council is scheduled for March 18th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. We've done closed.
Motion for the next meeting? Thank you.
Can I get a mover and seconder for the confirming bylaw? Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 2415 and that same be read a first time, considered and passed. All in favor?
I didn't do it.
That's carried. Good night, everyone. The meeting is adjourned.
Oh, no.
That's how you look at it.